Hello and welcome to the Marko Yamashita Show. I am your host, Marko Yamashita. Thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. Those of you that are here live with me, those of you that come in a little bit later, and those of you who watch the VOD. A couple ground rules for tonight's stream. Number one, if you have not already, please do read the rules and the description. They are there for everyone's enjoyment, everyone to be able to enjoy the content that is on my channel. Number two, I do run an open, what I like to refer to as an open forum for us to have discussions about specific topics. If you are new to my channel, I am one of those few VTubers that do allow chat to talk about other VTubers. And the reason for that is because I believe that in the process of allowing people to talk about other VTubers, I'm actually, I don't care, to be honest, about like, you know, you need to subscribe to me, blah 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 blah. Okay, you know, I would much rather push somebody who has more talent, who has more invested into their streaming content, who are trying to make a career out of it, and perhaps even trying to get into a more creative, you know, content creator, singer, actress, whatever role, than insisting that you have to focus on me. Okay, that's how my channel runs, and it's always been that way. Okay, from day one. I mean, my first big content stream was involved the fallout with Russia, and we spent hours painstakingly pulling apart what was assumptions and, you know, fallacious type of lies, and actually constructing a coherent timeline-based factual, you know, what happened as things occurred. And I actually communicated with Russia, or Miki Nico, and shared what we were doing on my channel, and she really appreciated it, which I didn't expect a response, but I emailed her it anyways, and she actually responded and said that, thank you, all the fans from the United States. Without you, I don't know where I'd be. And I was really flabbergasted that, you know, she was appreciated and that she said something in return. So, you know, that's what we do on my channel. Okay, we don't always try to go after the big, you know, controversy type of stuff. However, what we do is we do talk about things that are happening in the VTuber universe, the VTuber sphere, and we try to make sure that we are distinguishing fact from fiction, or, you know, anything that's made up or anything like that. Now, in regards to tonight we're going to talk about a certain subsection of the VTuber / Hololive fandom, which has, you know, become extremely toxic, in my opinion, who take comments and blow them completely out of proportion, start adding things to the comment in order to develop a narrative, in order to label somebody something. And to me, it's flabbergasting, as well as awe-inspiring, because I honestly, until yesterday, most of my tweets, or whatever they're called on Twitter, X now, you know, they would get maybe, you know, 40, 50, maybe 100, you know, views. But this one whole thing has gotten, my first one has gotten like 55,000, and the second one has gotten 79,000 views, which blows my mind, because it's like, I have repeatedly said, I'm playing this game, I'm doing this game as it comes out, whatever, and nothing. But as soon as, I make a personal comment about something that I'm seeing that people don't like, all of a sudden it's like, out there getting tens of thousands of views. And I'm sitting there going, what? So, anyways, again, I do want to emphasize that let's try to have some civilized conversations. If you don't agree with me, perfectly fine. People are entitled to disagree with me. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you otherwise. However, if you are making a pointed comment or statement towards me, I will reply to it in my defense. Because if you're accusing me of being something, or you are throwing insults at me, that kind of thing, you are directing it straight to me, and I will comment in return. And if you don't like it, you can either leave or get banned. One of the two. All right? But do not sit here and be insulting towards me and to the rest of the people that are in the audience. Plain and simple. Okay? Fair? Fair. Okay. Now, lay a little bit of groundwork here. I do want to state here, for the record, that I have been a fan of Roboco for many, many years. Roboco has seen several of my messages and has responded to them, especially in regards to my mother that passed away from cancer. My mother was the first, Roboco was the first VTuber that my mother had ever seen, and it was she watched one of her karaoke streams and absolutely adored her. And this was about 6 months before she died from cancer. Okay, and Roboco, her singing streams and her and her cat and Cha-Cha and everything. That helped my mother through a lot of bad times. So I absolutely adore her. Okay? And my mom adored her. Now, that being said, I made the comment here. And we're going to start off with this comment here. I really hate the direction Hololive is going. When your Oshi is averaging one stream a week, despite debuting a new costume 2 weeks ago, that says a lot. I literally canceled my memberships to all but one member who isn't even my Oshi because there's no point. She hasn't dropped any membership content anymore, hasn't done ASMR in months, and it's been 5 months since she's posted in the community section. Seriously, she was one of the first members that, at one time, seemed to read and connect with every member when she posted something. Now, gone. Where are you, Roboco? Because it feels like you've abandoned us. Or the Robasa. Alright? Now, I never once said that she owed me anything. And if I have to say that a little slower for the haters that are lurking in the audience, I never said she owed me anything. Do you understand? Okay. I made a statement saying that she has not posted anything. The statement does not imply that she owes me anything. The statement says that she hasn't posted anything. End of sentence. There is a period there. Do not assume that I believe that she owes me anything. Because if you want to sit here for 1 second and argue with me that, oh, well, because you said that, that means you think she owes you something. Wrong. It is a sentence with a period. There is no implication or me implying that she owes me anything. I simply made a statement that she has not posted anything. Do I need to say it slower for you? Where are you? Yes, I wanted to know where she is because she has not. Look, and do I have that tab open? Let me show you something. Okay. She hasn't posted anything on Twitter since the 18th. Okay. So that's what? 18th, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So that's 6 days right there. On her other account, she hasn't posted anything in 9 days. And I don't have it on the quick drop here. But what she did post on her other account, and this is her other account, her non-Hololive account, and this is going to be a very dirty translation since it's Twitter. Hololive's robot is high performance, but sometimes pawns. Okay? And on this account, this is the statement. This is the statement that everyone is assuming and making things up from. That on this day, on the 18th, she called an ambulance for the first time in her life and was hospitalized for a few tests. Her condition is stable now, so I'm okay. But she is getting sick when she looks at the LCD screen, which is basically the screen that she's using to use Twitter on. So she's just writing simple sentences. Please wait a little while for my delivery. It's a 3-day weekend, but please look at the archive. That's it. She has not said anything since then, okay? So the question is legitimate. Where are you? Okay? Because number one, and I want to make this perfectly clear before I go back and read comments in the comment section. Number one, every time that she's been sick, she has told us. She has expressed something so we would not worry about her. Okay? That's number one. Number two, how many of you have been her fans and were with her through the entire ordeal with her throat, where she was gone for almost like 6 months and she barely could talk? I want to know how many of you in the audience have been with her through that, were there. Because if you were not there, you don't know that she shared a lot about what she was going through because it helped her. All right? And even if it wasn't like detailed information of what was happening, she tried to give and tell us enough so we would not be concerned about her because she put us before her. Now, I believe something either happened that she has not been able to communicate, or that Hololive has dropped the ball and not communicated what's happening with her, which is why we don't know anything. Okay? Now, many of you are sitting here saying, and we'll get to those comments in a little bit, if she's hospitalized or she has a problem, perhaps she doesn't want to disclose that, and you should respect her privacy. Yes, that is all completely legitimate. I will agree with you on that. However, as a public figure for a publicly traded company, they are required to keep the stockholders, the shareholders, and the fans up to date on what's going on. If one of their talent is getting pulled because of medical reasons, they have obligations that are outside of streaming that Roboco is responsible for. And if she is being pulled so she can't attend those things, there's a press release somewhere that's saying we have to replace her. But there's been nothing. So either there's something that they are doing that is offline that is not being communicated, and she has to go attend that, or there is a medical condition that she is currently experiencing where she has been unavailable to make her own comments. In which case, that is what her manager is for. That is what Achan is for. Achan is a good friend of hers offline. And when Roboco could not talk or communicate back during the whole throat thing, Achan was communicating for her on what was going on. Every manager has access to every social media account a VTuber has that they take care of, with no exception. None. At all. And they can post on their behalf. So, if Roboco is unavailable for whatever reason, their manager could make a simple, generic statement that, due to unseen circumstances, Roboco is, taking a temporary leave of absence. We ask that you please respect her privacy during this time until she's able to recover and return to us. But we don't even know if she's still hospitalized. As a fan, you kind of want to know that, don't you? I mean, people are telling me, "Oh, you're not showing compassion. You're not caring about her." Well, I want to know what's going on. Where are you? Is that too hard to ask? Is that too much to ask? When somebody you enjoy watching suddenly disappears, don't you want to know? But you guys want to label me parasocial, just because I'm like, where'd you go? Where'd you go? But I'm the parasocial one. Because I have people out here telling me all this other stuff that's supposedly fact that I don't know about. But you obviously know about, but you won't tell me the source that you're getting it from. You're not telling me where you found it, who told you that. You haven't shown me any concrete evidence of that. But yet you're telling me, oh, I know this, and that you are a freak because you want to know. But yeah, you have people out here telling me stuff I don't even know about. But I'm the parasocial. If I was the parasocial, I would know her inside and out. I would know every single little detail of what's going on with her. Don't label me a parasocial. You guys, half of the people that are calling me this don't even know what the actual definition of a parasocial is. All right, let's get the comments here before we move on. Oh, and by the way, so since we're gonna get the comments, let's get to the comments that people made before they realized that there are actual rules for my channel. Yeah, so. You didn't hide your embarrassment of you being a 5-year-old in my chat, okay? You have people coming in call me mentally ill, go offline, and go outside for once. Hey, whatever your name is, I'm a VTuber. I have a life outside of streaming. VTubers have a life outside of streaming. They live an entire life, besides their persona. Oh, wait a minute. You're telling the VTuber to go offline and go outside for once. Hey, whoa, wait a minute. But you're telling me that VTubers have a life? Yeah, a little hypocritical there, bud. All right. So true. Get help. Yeah. Bravo, guy. Yeah. Let's see. You truly need help. And one more thing. The only thing wrong with the Hall fandom is you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not the one that is going into another person's chat and acting like a 5-year-old. Okay. And the only reason why you guys aren't banned right now is because I'm using you as an example of just how toxic you guys are, because you have one person that disagrees or thinks differently than you. So you feel the compulsion to come into my chat and act like a 5-year-old. And and Laser Thief, I did see your comments here. I hope you die, your kidneys completely fail finally. Wait a minute. Who's the toxic one again? Who's the toxic one again? Huh? Mark is a sad old man being disinvested in VTubers when you're in your mid-30s. Honestly, peak cringe. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see here. How old is Yago again? How old is his partner again? How old are they to be completely invested in VTubers at that age? They wouldn't fucking exist if it weren't for people that are that old. Are you really a moron or what? Where are you, Laser Thief? Where are you? I want to know where you're at, Laser Thief. Tell me your comeback on that. Yeah, I'm the one that needs to grow up. I'm the one that needs to go outside. I'm the one that needs to do this and that. Yeah, you guys come into my chat and do this. Oh, but there is a difference when you own the company than being invested in it. Oh, right. But you still have to have the mental investment in the actual product in order to spend that kind of money and be invested in said company. You actually do have to have that kind of peak interest in it. You do have to live and breathe VTuberism. So you're still part of the business. So that argument doesn't fly. I'm sorry. It doesn't. It really doesn't. Nor does the fact that the people that are invested in Niji are older than Yago. Not to mention that, in order to become senior staff and CEO, most of those people are in their 30s. Cringe. Managers, people's managers in the VTuber company, they're in their 30s. Is that cringe? They had to apply for that job. Oh, and I forgot. You know what? I completely forgot. But half of the people that we adore as VTubers are in their mid-30s. That includes Hololive. Cringe? Is that cringe? Tell me. I want to know. Is that cringe? The fact did you? Oh, you guys didn't realize that half of the people you adore are in their mid-30s. Because they are. And I've talked to a couple of them. Yes, they are. Noelle is in her 30s. Sorry, bud. She's in her mid-30s. That's the only one I'm going to say. But there are others that are also in their mid-30s. I didn't say all of them. Don't mischaracterize my comment. But a lot of them are. And there's proof. There is actual proof out there from their other lives, from their former lives. And if you backtrace it all the way back, yes, they are in their mid-30s. Not all of them. Don't mischaracterize my comment. But a lot of them are. A lot of them are also in their 20s. A lot of them are on that little line between 20 and 30. Is that kind of cringe? They're not all forever, 17 like Marine. In fact, Marine is she's getting close to 30. Let's see here. Okay. So we'll start a little bit hot, a little bit up here. Roboco, really? That's sweet of her. Yes, she responded to several of the tweets and messages I posted in the membership section. You know, she doesn't comment on a lot of things that are directed towards her because she can't show favoritism because idol culture. And that's a whole different topic. However, she did respond to him, and the way that she usually responds to him. Every time she reads a comment, she used to do the little heart thing with the little avatar of her channel, showing that she read the comment and that she appreciated it. There was one specific stream that she did karaoke for, and my mom was having a really, really bad day. I mean, and when I say bad day, remember, she was dying of cancer. Okay, so I mean, she was in constant pain. All right, and the only thing that calmed her down was when I turned on Roboco singing, and she sat there and listened to the entire stream. And so I was in tears because you're sitting there watching your mom waste away from cancer, and there's nothing you can do. She's in pain. You can't stop that pain. And you're sitting there and you're trying to find anything to help her through that, And so I wrote a simple message. I told her, I said, thank you so much for the stream tonight. I played it for my mother while you were singing, and it was the only thing that really helped her calm down and bear through the pain. It's been a very rough week for her. I just appreciate everything you do for us. And out of the hundreds of comments that were in that particular stream, mine was the only one that she actually put a heart by, and that meant a lot to me because I mean, the fact that she read it and that she was I was able to communicate to her just how important what she does is to somebody like my mother who is struggling just to keep alive till the next day. It means a lot to me, and that's why I do take a little personally, and please forgive me for taking it a little bit personally, because I have, if you have not watched my channel, I have been an advocate for better conditions for VTubers in the industry since I started. And believe me, things have gotten better since I started became a VTuber, such as like Hololive, and I'm going to change the slide here real quick. Hololive finally is doing something for their VTubers here, and they actually, and this is part of their basic employment information and benefits, all right? Under their benefits, they are finally addressing mental health for their talent, and they to detect early signs of low motivation and improve productivity among employees. We conduct stress checkups for all employees on a regular basis, set up an in-house contact point, and arrange consultations with industry physicians, which is huge. Because before they finally introduced this as part of their benefit package, there was no mental help for their talent, in case of breakdowns. And the short list: Noel, Marine, Rushia, Hachima, Mel. All right, did I say Mel? I think I said Mel. Roboco. Kiara and Callie, they've all had struggles with mental health since they started at one time or another, and they had to take like really long hiatuses just to pull and Ina, just to try to pull themselves back together. So to have, industry physicians that come in and help take care of their mental health is huge. It's really huge. It took myself and several other people to convince Miki Nico to go get help for her manic depression, because she had people talking her out of going to get help, to get professional help. And I got blackballed for it. If you look at my channel, the video that I made about why we should be concerned about Miki and Nico is the lowest downvoted video on my channel, because people hated what I said. And all I said was, she needs to get help. She needs to stop listening to people who are not looking out for her. She needs to heal. You guys need to give her time to heal. Okay? And people hated me for it. They hated me almost as much as some of you guys hate me for the one tweet I did today or yesterday. All right? But it's huge. It's very big. It's huge. And I think that this has helped a lot with, being able to identify a lot of those things. That's why Noelle took her 3-week hiatus. That's why Mel took her hiatus a little bit ago. That's why Choko Sensei, after the third festival, she went on the hiatus, and it was all because of mental health. But a year or two ago, you know what these girls were doing? They were getting drunk off their ass, because that was the only thing that was helping them cope. And at least now, they are getting the help that they needed, and not trying to drink away their problems. But that's what I advocate for. And people tell me I'm not caring or compassionate towards my Oshi and Roboco. And all I gotta say is, motherfucker, I sit here and advocate for them almost every time I stream. Where the hell are you getting that? It's because I'm asking where she's at? It's because I'm saying, what happened? Where'd you go? Because we don't know anything? I mean, come on, really? So, all right, let's see here. When you word stuff like abandon us, it does make it look bad. Look, that's how I felt at the time. I don't filter my words. And as you can probably tell, I don't filter my words. That's who I am. I mean, if I want to become, a more proper VTuber, whatever, yeah, maybe I should filter my words a little bit better. All right? But also, you know what? Honestly, like I said, my tweets used to only get maybe 100 views. So I'm legitimately asking myself, how did this one blow up so big? And the only thing I can think of is because, people ran with it trying to use me as an example. That's the only thing I can think of. But I don't filter my words. I tell people how, exactly what I feel and what I think at that point in time. I'm honest. And at the time, I did kind of feel a little bit abandoned because, like I said, she usually, and has in every other instance, always tried to make sure she, that she had some line of communication with her fans, so we know what's going on, so we don't worry about her, because we're constantly worried about her, because we know that she has health problems. I can relate to that. I have health problems. Mr. What's his name? Laser boy. Hoped my kidneys would die. Yeah, my kidneys were failing on me about a month and a half ago. I've gone through 7 back surgeries in the last 15 years. How many of you can say that? I know what it's like to be hospitalized and trying to recover. But I also know that you try to keep people informed that care about you and that are legitimately concerned about you. When you are popular, that unfortunately also includes your fans, which is why you have a manager, which is also why there's also a PR department in cover to handle those things. But there's nothing. So I'm asking myself, where are you? Did she bounce back up and now she's taking care of other things that you? And that's the other thing. Well, we'll get to those comments a little bit later, but that's the other thing. A lot of people are sitting there and accusing me, just like our guy who commented, go outside, touch grass, have a life, whatever. These girls, people, and there's actually a comment that somebody made that, these girls have time off. They don't really. They really don't. Okay? Because, and you know why? It's because Mel actually talked about how her day goes. And she streams maybe three times a week if she's lucky. And when she's not streaming, she's heading to dance class for dance lessons. Dance lessons take up to 8 hours depending on what she's preparing for. Okay? After that, voice lessons. And that's especially true for, like, if they're singing songs or she's introducing a new song or she's going to be recording a new single or cover. You have voice lessons. Then you go and have speaking lessons for voice acting. That takes another 4 to 8 hours. That doesn't include on days where they stream. All right? When they're not streaming, they're not having days off. They're not enjoying life. That's just some of the things. Then you have to travel. And remember, this is Japan. They don't have cars like we have cars. 80% of the population travels by train. I think according to the last statistics I saw. So then you have to ride trains and get back and forth, or taxis and get back and forth between places. That takes time in Tokyo. So yeah, they spend a lot of their days doing that when they're not streaming, and that doesn't include recording, filming for commercials, filming for other videos that they're putting up on their channel. That doesn't include any of the little mini clips that they put up for, like, their shorts. That doesn't include a lot of their pseudo proto live stuff that they do. That doesn't include the things that they do for membership of their fan club, which is pay gated, where they are actually interacting with other people that are popular. That doesn't include being on other shows. That doesn't include local appearances. Their life doesn't revolve around streaming to the point where when they are not streaming, they're off. And many of you accused me of, you don't know what it's like to be a VTuber because you barely stream. Yeah, you know what? You spend most of the time when you're not streaming thinking about what you can do for your channel, or making content, or trying to create content. You're piecing it together. You're working in Photoshop or Paint Clip Studio or Adobe Premiere. Yeah, there are no breaks. Many of these girls do their own illustrations and graphics, which means they have to create it, which means they have to work on it off stream. Hololive gets money, and this is in their annual report. So there's proof out there of contracted work that they have their talent and other staff do, which includes creating content for other businesses that contract out to them to do it for them. that gets pushed off on the talent, that gets pushed off on other people as, other duties as assigned, you know? Yeah. In my opinion, I think it's because of the abandoned part. That could be that could be very much the case. Um, However, to hinge the entire parasocial accusation and that cause this much vitriol, it takes a little bit of imagination to twist it beyond just the abandoning part. But I do agree that perhaps the wording of that did tweak people the wrong way, where that I think maybe and now that I'm thinking about it, why you have to be awesome. While I'm thinking about that, I could very much see where people would hinge upon that particular phrase or word, thinking or believing I meant that in obligation. Um, and the intent was that, again, like I said, Roboco has freely and openly communicated with her audience and her fans freely. No one forced her. No one said you're obligated to tell us all this stuff. She freely expressed it because, again, she doesn't want her fans to worry about her. I mean, and it's just like when what was it? There was a time last year where she had like 5 levels of dirtiness for her apartment, about how bad her apartment really was because she never cleaned. And she also let things sit in her fridge until they rotted and then ate them. And that's why, she had stomach aches all the time. And for a while, she had a housemaid come in and clean, right? But then, she let her go. And then, like several months went by. And then I believe it was Lou went over and they did a offline collab where they cooked together. And Lou found all sorts of spoiled stuff in her fridge again, and spoiled stuff on her in her cabinets, and then she looked at her apartment. And she goes, "You know what? I don't think you've dusted in a while either." And then pretty soon Lou was literally just like cleaning out her entire apartment. So, but and we've told her many times, it's like, we're worried about you. I mean, if you're not taking care of yourself, and because you're getting home and you're so tired after getting home, you can't even clean. And that was the other thing. She didn't cook for herself for a long time either, because she'd get home and she was so exhausted that she didn't want to cook. And like, we're worried about you. Are you pushing yourself too hard? It was a legitimate concern from the fandom about the person that we were there to watch and support. Is that parasocial? I hope not. Because caring about somebody because you're afraid they aren't taking care of themselves, you know what? I kind of wish somebody would care about me like that, also, You kind of like, want people that, love and respect you or are close to you, or, people that, are supporting you. You kind of want those people to care, on some level, and not just, oh, well, you're not streaming today. Well, there's 50 other VTubers in your company. I'll just go watch one of them. Oh, she hasn't streamed in 8 days. Well, I found a replacement. That's what many of you sound like. I'm not accusing all of you, but many of you do sound that way. And it's like, you know what? If you've loved somebody that you've openly supported. You like their singing, you like what they're doing, this and that. But you can drop them at you can drop them at the first sign and say, well, okay, go on to the next person. Did you really enjoy that person? Or was it just an embellishment? Because I really want to know, because there are people out here who are like, well, you know what, if you don't want to support them and you pulled your money, okay, move on. It's like, bro, please tell me that there is something out there that you love to the point where if something happens and that thing disappears or gets taken away, that you worry about what happened to it. Or you're concerned about that person's well-being. You want to know where are you? Are you okay? Where are you? I mean, you haven't said nothing to us. I mean, we're worried sick about you. Is that wrong? Please tell me that's not wrong, because if that's wrong, you know what? There's no hope for this world. Because that's the least you can do out of human decency, is to care for another person when they suddenly disappear on you. And it's not because she's mine, or that I claim that she's mine. It's because out of human decency, I am concerned about a person who I know has health problems. She has suddenly disappeared. There is nothing from her company or from her on what's happening. And you are worried to hell that because the last message you got from her was that she had to call an EMS for herself. That's not parasocial. That's human fucking decency. Parasocial. All you guys out there who are using that word are misusing that word. You're using it as a freaking insult. That is what you're doing. Just like people used to use the word gay, just like the people used to use the word, faggot as an insult, just like people used to use all the other, sexual gender identifiers, LGBTQ plus identifiers as insults. That is exactly what you're doing. Oh, the only difference is you are trying to use a mental faculty as an insult. Just like people misuse the term bipolar. You guys aren't bipolar. I see so many people say, oh, that's my bipolar kicking in. You're not bipolar. You have no idea what bipolar really is. But each and every time I see something that you guys, and I'm generalizing this, some of you guys that are out there don't like, you immediately try to accuse that person of being parasocial. And you degrade you degrade the word to the point where it means absolutely nothing. I mean, how many people can you call a sex offender? Because a lot of the people that are sitting there accusing me of being parasocial, I go on their wall. You know what? I am seeing a lot of sexually suggestive lollies on your walls. What, are you a pedo? Should I be calling every person that has a sexually suggested image of Gura on your wall? Should I be starting to call you a pedo? No, you would argue, no, she's not a pedo because she's over 18. But the image suggests that, I think you're liking something a little bit different. Doesn't feel too good, does it? No, it doesn't. Because I'm jumping to conclusions. Let's move on. You didn't make a statement, man. You just went and said, "It's a shame that Roboco this is this, this, and this, and this, and don't worry about her fan base." And then you said she must stream. Wait, whoa. Skull collector. Wait. Yeah, you. This is perfect. Thank you so much for commenting, Skull Collector. Collect. Clock. Whatever the hell your name is. So let's see here. That's the butthurt comment. We'll get to that one a little bit later. Damn, you guys got me still stuck on the first part of this whole thing. I have so much I really don't want to stream for 5 hours, but I mean, whatever. Okay, so I said she doesn't drop membership content anymore, hasn't done ASMR in months, and it's been 5 months since she's posted in her community section. Where the fuck are you getting that she must stream ASMR? I never said that. You're accusing me of something I never said. I simply said she hasn't done ASMR in months. There is no demand in that statement that says, when you get back, you must stream ASMR for me or I'm going to be very mad. And everything about you. No. The fact that I hate where Hololive is going, yeah, that's about me. The fact that that my Oshi is only streaming once, averaging once a week on stream, that's stating fact. That's not about me. That's about her activity, not me. I literally canceled my memberships with all but one member because there is no point. Okay, that statement is about me. Because, I feel like there's no point in me paying them $8 to $10 a month for content that they aren't putting up. I mean, when you pay something, you expect something back in return for services, right? I mean, that's how it works. Or, you know what? Hey, you know what? If that's not the way it works, look at my description, and there is a Streamlabs link in there, and you can pay me for services I'm not going to give you right now. It's free. Just click on the link. It's free. You have to spend money for the donation, but to donate to me is free. No, really. If you want to pay, if you expect me to have the mindset of, you know what, they're not doing anything in the membership section. It's a waste of money to spend money on this when there's no real benefit from it. You can donate to me right now and get the same result. But see, now I know people out there going to be like, see, this is exactly what he wants. He's trying to get money out of this. That's why he said this entire thing. Yeah, that's why this whole thing. That's why he kept this whole thing going, so he can get the views and get money and try to get people to donate. No, no, I don't care about your money. I really don't. I don't want your money. I don't care about your money. Yeah, I've gotten $10 in the last, 18 months? Yeah, I'm not doing this for the money. Oh, man. But you know what? It's the exact point. If you were trying to, if you're spending money on somebody, you do expect services in return of some level. And what she used to do with that money, she used to actually go out and commission somebody to do wallpapers for her, and then she would drop the wallpapers in her membership community section once a month, and there would be a phone wallpaper and then a desktop wallpaper, That's what she used to do with that money. And it was really nice. It was really nice because it was something that was, she was giving in return to us spending money on her. I mean, that's how, commerce works, right? You know, but then I all of a sudden stopped for whatever reason, and we don't know the reason. Absolutely not. I mean, she used to do stuff with us in membership, and now she doesn't. There was, I think, like 1 or 2 watch-alongs, and thank God for those watch-alongs, because she sounded she sounded like she fell asleep during a couple of them. A couple of points, because I mean she sounded dead tired. But other than that, I'm an ass for expecting something in return for my membership fees. Again, if you think that you paying and not getting anything in return is okay, there is that link down there that you can donate to me right now and not get anything in return and experience the same thing. Just saying. Now, see, oh no, all these hospitalizations. Yeah, I know that she was hospitalized. I know that she was hospitalized, and they were running tests on her. And that's the last communication that we've gotten from her. And that worries the hell out of me, because that's literally a cliffhanger. It's like, are you okay? And if you were discharged because you were stable, are you back home right now and you're doing all the Hololive studio stuff? Where are you? What? When are you coming back? You said that, wait for after the 3-day weekend, and then nothing. When your friend leaves you hanging like that, don't you worry about your friend just a little bit? When it's like, hey, you know what? I'll catch up with you on Monday, right? I'll give you a call. And they don't call on Monday. They don't call on Tuesday. You don't see them on Wednesday. You can't find them on Thursday. No one knows what's happened to them since on Friday. You don't worry about them? Because if you don't, I don't want you to be my friend either. I would want somebody to worry about me if I say, hey, I'm going to call you next week, and then I don't call, you don't see me, no one knows where I'm at, no one knows what's happened to me. If you don't care and just move on after, being invested in somebody, regardless if you're a fan or a friend, did you really like that person in the first place? Or were they just window dressing that you can easily swap out? Is that how you value things now? Really? See, I mean, she doesn't have to post about how she's doing 24/7. She's probably sick again. Mars is a planet. Yeah, I totally agree that she's entitled to her privacy. Totally agree. Especially if it's something that's, a woman problem, or, involves something, that women have to handle, or, something like that, whatever. Or if it's, something extremely personal. I totally agree. Okay, I agree with you 100%. She doesn't, she's not required to share her problems. Okay. That being said, again, she works as a public figure for an agency that pushes her into the public light. When you remove a star or public figure out of the public light and out of the eyes of the fans without any explanation, people are going to ask questions. When you don't get any answers and days and then weeks go by, you start wondering what happened and where they're at. And even if it's a generalized statement is better than no statement at all. That she's taking care of some problems. She's going to be away for a little bit. As soon as she's willing to or able to update, she will give you guys an update. That's all they have to say. And then that cleans any doubt from anyone's mind of what's going on. Because when you have somebody of her caliber gone for 10 consecutive days without any type of, communication with the outside world, after being in the public spotlight for 5 years now, including all the health issues that she's gone through along the way, which she has shared with her community openly, to suddenly disappear, it makes people ask questions. Are we entitled to answers? No, of course not. However, that does not stop you from asking questions. It's okay to ask questions. It's okay to wonder where your favorite person has gone off to when they are gone without explanation, without any kind of notice, and without any kind of, notification from their agency. It is okay to worry about them. It's not being parasocial to sit here and say, we've been through all this stuff with you. You shared all this stuff with us. We're worried sick about you. You've been gone. What happened? Where are you? Did you disappear on us? Did you disappear on us? Are you just going to show up and act like nothing's happened after 14 or 21 days? I mean, if that's the way it's going to be, okay, but at least say something about what's going on. And I'm not just directing this at Roboco. I'm directing this at Cover and Hololive. Say fucking something to at least alleviate the fans from worrying about what the hell happened to her. Are we entitled to it? Of course not. However, that doesn't stop us from worrying because we're fucking human beings. Some people care about others more than others. Do not sit there and demean them and degrade them for caring more than you care. You want to talk compassion, then show some fucking compassion to the people who care more than you, instead of trying to preach to them that they need to do what they've already been doing. Compassion involves actually caring about other people. Not just sitting here and preaching it to other people and saying, you need to show compassion. Compassion is shown towards the people who need it most and the people who need a little bit. Why am I talking about this? Because I have fucking compassion towards all the people out there who are too fucking scared to ask the question, where are you? Not because we're demanding that she tell us what she's doing, why she's gone, or, what problems she's experiencing. To tell it, we're asking for it because we want to know she's okay. You guys got a problem with that? Seriously, if you have a problem with that, I pity you. That shows lack of compassion on your part. Not everybody has to fall in fucking line with, every other fucking Hololive fan out there and not ask questions. Don't you dare question Yago. Yago is God. Yago is best girl. Why are you criticizing what he's doing? Why are you why are you not happy with what Hololive is doing or the direction it's going? How dare you question what they're doing? You know what? You don't make things fucking better by bowing and bending over and just agreeing with everything that comes along the way. Things don't improve unless you start fucking asking questions. Let's move on. Do I believe she's incapacitated? I fucking hope not, my man. I really do. Because I'm part of me scared to death that, you know, she over exaggerated how well she's doing after she called the EMS to make her fans not worry. And the fact that we have not heard from her in so many days makes me extremely worried that something bad happened, or that they found something that is very bad. That's what I'm worried about. And honestly, I pray to God that it's just my imagination running wild on me, because she's had all these health issues before, you know, but not to this point where she's had to call the paramedics. And so for that to happen, it makes me freaking worried that something happened to her. You know, I mean, what I've worked and talked with many small VTubers. All right, there's a VTuber that just went on hiatus. She's like a little sister to me, and it broke my heart that she felt that she had to go on hiatus because of personal reasons. And I even offered, I said, because part of it was a monetary type of issue, right? And I asked her, how much do you need so you can continue streaming, and I'll pay it. No questions asked. Because I generally wanted her to be happy. But she felt, no, I have to do this way, because if you just pay me to stream, I'm not going to feel like I'm working for the money. And so I want to go out there and, you know, do actual work, figure some things out, and then I'll come back later. All right. I mean, this girl had like a couple of 1,000 or so subscribers to her channel. And many of us offered to actually sponsor her so she could just continue streaming, but she turned us down. All right, but she was like a little sister to me, and she was cyber stalked. People tried to dox her. She had to go away for a while because of that, and she was too scared to come back. She had somebody actually try to steal the patent for her model and claim that it was their property, so she couldn't even stream with her model at one point. And I offered to pay for her lawyer services so she could get it resolved. That's how much I fucking care about my fellow VTubers. It's not parasocial behavior that you care about your fellow VTubers. When you are a VTuber and you care about other VTubers, that's called camaraderie. That is also compassion. So don't at me about sitting there, oh, you're just obsessed with her. You know, it blows my mind, some of these comments. Because you know what? I barely talk about Roboco on my channel, despite her being my Oshi. I talk about more VTubers than I talk about her on my channel. And she's my Oshi. People ask me all the time, how come Miki Nico isn't your Oshi? You talk about her all the time. I'm like, it's like, you know, my channel is tied with fate with her, because all this stuff happens, and people have always come to my channel to discuss things so they could get the facts straight instead of listening to all the other BS out there. I don't know why. Maybe because I try to make sure that we only talk facts here. I barely talk about Roboco on my channel. I have a fucking YouTube channel. I could talk about her 24/7 on my YouTube channel, but I don't. because I'm not parasocial or obsessed with her. God. All right, let's move on. Hasn't Gura done the something before? I don't think they're required to do so. They are not required to like disclose the personal issues that they are experiencing. However, you also have to remember that they are now a publicly traded company. There are stockholders out there, and there's also people that they're now collaborating with, and they have responsibilities to disclose information when, you know, the public figure that is supposed to be, you know, promoting whatever product or, you know, whatever brings in the money is suddenly changed or can't perform because of whatever. So there has to be a statement of some sort showing that they are no longer going to be doing something because of X, Y, or Z. And that's all I'm asking for. That's all anyone's asking for. No one is saying, you know what, you need to tell me the intimate details of why you have, you know, not streamed for 10 days. No one's asking that. That's made up. That's jumping to conclusions. That's assuming much more than what was said. That's like literally writing in to the comment what you perceive something to be and making it more than it is. You're pathetic, bro. Trying to get subs using a method is extremely low. As a YouTuber, hang on. That screen's way too far away. As a YouTuber, I tell, do the things in the right way with work and effort, man, not by using a baited method. Hang on. Okay, number one. So let me respond to this a little bit. Okay, so number one, Mr. Skull Collect Collectolator. Number one, VTubers generally put in a sub requirement to control spammers in their chat and to prevent people from like posting hateful comments in their chat. So that's number one. Okay. Number two, that's been a practice for well over a year when people were trying to hate bomb VTubers to get their channels canceled. Okay. So that's number two. Number three, nobody is forcing anybody to become a subscriber to my channel. You are required to subscribe so you can comment, but I'm not holding you ransom. You are free to unsubscribe as soon as you're finished making your comment. So, I mean, whatever, man. If you feel that passionate about it, feel free to unsubscribe and you can go on your way. I'm not gonna hold a GUN to you and say you have to stay subscribed. Just this is a little secret between you and me, all right? All right. Kind of like the Hachima and her condition. You know what? So let's talk about Hachima real quick, okay? Number one, I am extremely pleased with how Hololive has handled the Hachima situation because in a lot of cases there would be more or less a call at some point to say, well, she hasn't performed in X amount of months, we need to let her go, type thing. And I'm extremely proud of how they've handled that situation, especially because she, number one, she was having physical problems, but number two, she was also having mental problems. And the fact that they are allowing her this time to heal up, to rest up, to get her strength back, and to recover mentally has been a huge plus for her, because they did absolutely nothing during the entire harassment stage. What was it, like a year and a half ago, where she was like constantly getting harassed and hate spammed and all sorts of other things. And in fact, if you read Hololive's annual report, they state in their annual report just how many cases they've taken to court regarding people who were harassing, trying to stalk, harass, and slander the Hololive members, and how many were actually taken to court and how many were prosecuted. And I believe the number was I think it was somewhere around like 240 something. I don't have the report in front of me, but it was quite significant, and I was very pleased to see that they were actually utilizing that in a proper manner to protect their talent. Now, I do have a criticism about Hololive in the fact that they allowed Hachima to get to the point where she was at, to where she needed to take this amount of time off. There should have been many safeguards in place to ensure that she had not pushed her health, either physically or mentally, to the point where it's currently at, or currently was at the third festival. All right, that does deserve criticism, because they allowed her to get to that point as an employee. That is a responsibility of their manager, of the staff there, and the talent itself. The talent is not completely excused from this. All right? But there should have been plenty of safeguards in place to say, hey, she's overworked. She's hurt. She's going to hurt herself physically. She's deteriorated mentally. We got to give her time off. And that should have come straight from her manager, because her manager has the most amount of contact with the talent to be able to communicate that to the agency. That does deserve to be reevaluated, so the talent is better protected from that kind of workload or attitude or performance, so they don't damage their health either mentally or physically. As a fan, there is nothing wrong with wanting to know, but saying shit like "you abandoned us" puts you in a bad light. Now, again, I will say that that was a complete unfiltered thought, and that the feeling of abandonment was present at the time that I said it. Now, is that excusable? Probably not. Did I say it? Yes, I'll own it. I said it, so I own it, because that's how I felt when I wrote it. Like there was a bit of abandonment there, because for the first time, suddenly something seemed to have happened, and the people that she usually turned to gain emotional support from, she hasn't said anything to. Yeah, of course she has, probably has family and friends and everything else offline, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I get all that, all right? However, again, when push came to shove, she relied more on her fans and her members and her subscribers for emotional support during a lot of the other health issues that she had experienced. And she had shared quite a bit of what she was going through during that time. And honestly, it felt like, okay, something had to have happened. And if you don't want to share it with us, that's fine. But at least tell us what's going on. Are you still in the hospital? If you're in the hospital, that's okay. That's fine. But at least say something. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with thinking that. And the fact that I maybe expressed it in public, I mean, honestly, if you don't like what I say, why are so many of you wasting the time and effort and energy to argue the point? Just move on. That's what the scroll button's for, right? That's what the block button's for. That's what the mute button's for. But so many are spending the time to throw shade simply because you don't like what I said. How do we tell him that VTubers have lives outside of being a VTuber? So Zan Torrido, we do? Seriously, you're telling me I can have a life outside of being a VTuber? Bro, you're telling me something so extraordinary. Oh wait, I actually do live that, so I know that already. And that is such a cliched argument that where you don't have anything of substance to like try to formulate an argument just because you hate what I said. That's the only thing, that's the best thing you can think of. And I've already talked about this. VTubers don't exactly have quote unquote lives outside of being a VTuber, because 99% of the time you're thinking about your channel, you're thinking about your content, you're thinking about what you're going to be doing, you're thinking about what needs to be done, you're thinking about the appointments that you have, you're thinking about the meetings you have, you're thinking about what I'm going to do to prepare to go to the recording studio. You're thinking about the collaborations and the all the performances that you have to attend to. Why do I know all this? Because I have talked to actual fucking managers of VTubers that are in Japan, that are Japanese. I've actually talked to them. I've actually had discussions with them about what an actual VTuber in Japan, what their life is actually like. Have you done that? Please tell me you've done that. Because if you're going to sit here and try to lecture me about this kind of stuff, please prove to me that you actually know what happens on the other side of the pond. Because they don't have a lot of time to themselves. They don't. They spend their time doing dance practice. They're doing singing practice. They're doing voice lessons. They're doing voice acting lessons. They're going to the studio. They're having to record. They're having to do motion capture. Damn, that's a lot of shit. How do they do that? Oh, they don't have much of a life outside of being a VTuber. And if you doubt me on that, ask fucking Kason before she left Hololive, and she can vouch for that. Don't lecture me. Someone named CJ. Yeah, I did talk about that a little bit ago. So I do hope that you heard that. But the where are you is considered parasocial behavior. No, it's not. No, it's not. Where are you? Where'd you go? That's a legitimate question. You can ask anybody that. You can ask anybody that question, and it's not parasocial. Do you even know what the word means? I don't think that there is that there's a relationship between me and her. I don't think that there's a connection between me and her that, exists but actually doesn't. I don't believe that just because I have followed her for years that she's now mine. That's parasocial behavior. You're misclassifying the behavior as something that it's not, based solely upon an expression. Where are you? Fucking look it up. Don't lecture me about being parasocial. I can ask. Okay, I'm gonna ask right now. Hoshion, my little emoto. Hoshion, where are you? It's not parasocial. It's legitimately worrying about my little sister. Ankaro, where are you? Ankaro, I'm a fan. I subscribe to your channel, Ankaro. But you haven't streamed a lot lately. Where are you? That's not parasocial. That's asking a question about somebody who hasn't streamed for a while. They're not mine. She's not mine. I don't claim that she's mine. I don't claim that she owes me anything. You're taking the statement and reading into it. That's what's happening. That's what you're doing. That's what so many of you do on social media nowadays. Especially the ones that are coming in here and trying to criticize me about what I said. All right? You guys sit there and read something on social media and immediately read into the statement and make it more than what it is. And then you make it more of what it is so you can create a narrative so you can get likes for your retweet. That's all it is. All of it. My tweet, or what's post, or whatever the fuck it's called now on X, would never have gotten 45,000 views if it wasn't for you people sitting there blowing my statement out of proportion and trying to craft it into a narrative so you could get likes. It would have been a nothing post, like many of you claim I am a nothing. Many people that have commented tonight said, you're a nobody, you are nothing, no one's going to watch your stream, no one's going to watch you talk about this. There's fucking 19 people in chat right now. Oh, I guess some people are watching. Hey, and guess what? They're not asleep, they're actually talking. Look at my chat talk. And that's not a chat bot, by the way. That's actual people talking. Oops. You want to call me a nothing? You guys are actually making me something. I didn't ask for that. You did that. Do I want to be known for this? Pfft, I guess I'm going to be. Whatever. You're making it what it is, so you're crafting this. I wanted to stream Lines of P tonight. But some of you idiots out there sit there and try to make something up and blew a statement out of proportion solely for your own benefit because you're trying to get people to like you. People you don't even know. Not even trying to argue, but Yago is actually invested in running the business. That's not really a good argument. Yeah, it is. Because he is somebody of age in the age group that is being called cringe. And if he's of that age, he shouldn't have invested his money into it. Because it's cringe. Twitter said so. YouTube chat said so, not me. YouTube said that if you invest in VTuber company and you actually want to be involved in that company in that kind of environment, in that kind of entertainment, it is cringe because you're over a certain age. You guys said that, not me. End of story. Apparently, you have to be under the age of 29 to be invested in a VTuber company, or be invested in, what happens in a VTuber company, or even be a VTuber. Because if you're over the age of 30, which, again, several of the people in Hololive are, that's considered cringe. And I sincerely hope that you guys never find out who the rest of them are, because if you do, you're going to be sorely disappointed. So I'm not going to burst your fantasy bubble by, telling you who exactly is in Hololive, other than the one I've already disclosed. But many of you like them, and they are over 30. Moving on. But bro is comparing being the CEO of a multimedia company with an overly emotional invested fan. No, actually, I'm not. I'm comparing the fact that a person who created a company had the idea of VTuber as an industry. The creator of the company, the creator of what made VTubers possible, is over the age of 30. He had to be emotionally invested in it because he was putting his money where his mouth is. That's called being invested in a company. That's called being invested in the concept of VTuberism. That is why he goes flying around all over the place talking about VTubers, because VTuber is his life. That's being invested in VTuberism, which you guys, many of you guys in the chat, claim is cringe. Just because somebody has, millions of dollars compared to my broke ass does not exclude the fact that many of you solely rely upon age as a benchmark. You can't throw exceptions in that benchmark now. You guys, some of you guys who are sitting here criticizing me now, claim that if you're over the age of 30, this is your claim. Your claim. Own it. You can't change it now. Own it. You claimed that being over 30 and being invested in VTuberism is cringe. Don't run away from your claim. Own it. Don't change it. Don't try to change it. Don't. As somebody said on Twitter, don't try to retcon it now. Let's see here. Oh my God. Dolly has been spewing the same argument for 2 hours. Dulcie. I am so backed up on chat here. I'm going to skip through some of the... I have researched 99 attachment styles, imitation. Parasocial isn't exclusive to romantic feelings as long as it is any form of attachment, whether friend or sibling, is considered parasocial. Actually, y'all, side note, beige streaming is just chatting. Cool. Let's see. I have research, attachment styles, and securely forming relationships based on... All right. So, first, I don't have a relationship with Roboco. other than being her fan, that if you call that a relationship, okay, I'm a fan. I don't claim to have a relationship with her. I don't claim to have any kind of connection with her. Um, I don't claim I have any type of attachment towards her. Again, I have barely talked about her on my channel, much less anywhere else. Even on Twitter, I barely talk about her. Why? Because I reserve those particular thoughts to myself. I don't care to share them. If I was parasocial, I would sit here and be talking about her 24/7. You all are making me talk about her for the last 90 minutes. I wanted to play Liza P. But apparently you guys that are trying to argue otherwise have spent now the last 9 hours trying to, prove me wrong. You're trying to prove someone wrong on the internet. I wanted to play Liza P. Do your fellow VTubers, do they know you personally as well? I'll let you have a chance to respond to this, CJ. Do you mean personally, as in like they've seen me, like IRL, or that? I mean, how do you define personally? I mean, do you, because some people, and let me ask why, okay? Because some people define personally as, you have talked to them, you talk to each other with voice chat. Some people define that as personalization. Some people say, you have to actually see each other face to face, or, screen to screen to classify that as personalized. So, give me a little bit more. Okay. If not, it's parasocialism. If yes, then okay. I thought she wasn't even your Oshi. No, Seth. So Roboco is my Oshi. If you had to ask me who is your Oshi, Roboco is and always will be my Oshi. Okay, plain and simple. Because quite frankly, she was the first. Well, let me take that back. She was the second Hololive member to interact with me. The first one was Callie, and then Roboco, and Callie, she interacted with me a little bit at one point when when she first started in her chat, when she was talking about various stuff, and she was doing her like just chatting, just chilling streams, that kind of thing. But Roboco was one that really seemed to she impressed me by the fact that she spent a lot of time reading comments and, liking the ones that she liked, or read and that kind of thing, which really impressed me, because a lot of Hololive members, they don't really do that. They some of them don't even bother reading their super chats. A lot of them do, but several of them don't. But Roboco overall impressed me with that kind of thing. So that's why if I had to pick somebody, it would be her. My favorite is Mel. And there are various reasons why I would choose Mel second, but the most important one for me was that when she was smaller, as a smaller channel, she when she'd go back and read super chats, it didn't matter if it was just $1 or $5 or $100, she would read them, right? And she actually took the time to understand what I was saying before I started learning Japanese. And I would type something in my super chat or whatever, and she'd go in, she'd look it up, translate it, and then try to respond in English, which I was very thankful and impressed about. A lot of people, if you say something in English, they look at it and they just say thank you, and then they move on, but she actually took the time out to do that. And that impressed me as well, because I mean that showed me that she cared about, regardless if you donated small or big, she tried to treat everyone special, and that's why, like Mel, when you join her membership, she actually it was just kind of a fluke type thing when she started doing it. She had this little idea of, when people joined membership and she went through the super chats and saw the people that joined, she would welcome them with a little kind of little a little song, thank you for membership, boo boo, thank you for membership, boo boo, thank you, that's what she does, and she did it once, and it caught on so quickly that she actually made stamp emotes for it. And so now, I mean, that's basically what people spam when people join, but it became a thing. And, the fact that she acknowledged people when they joined was just special to me. I felt, I was like, wow, she appreciates people that are joining her membership. She's expressing that that thanks for for supporting her, and I felt that very important, especially if you're looking for somebody who you want to follow. Fact straight, bro, ain't even got his argument straight. No, I've been pretty consistent with everything I've said. Sorry. That the boo. Okay, let's go back here. Where is my? Oh, there it is. Sorry, I lost my chat window there for a second. Okay, I've had enough of you, bro. Sorry. And why do you think he lose his mind if he saw my pinned tweet? Do you think he'd lose my mind? No, not really. I've completely muted and ignored any further interactions from you guys, because quite frankly, I after I'm done with this stream, unless you guys continue to personally attack me and try to make a quote unquote example of me, which many of you are continuously trying to do. You know what? Actually, if you guys keep doing that, you guys are going to keep providing me content, and then you guys will be responsible for me hitting the benchmark for monetization. So it will be, in fact, your fault for pushing me. So in effect, you are actually pushing me, somebody who you're trying to make fun of and trying to degrade, by continuously spending time and your efforts into being a moron. So if you want to continue to be moronic, you're more than welcome to. But just please know that I probably won't interact with you on Twitter, because, I have a life. You guys tell me, there's life outside of being a VTuber. Well, I'm gonna go and enjoy that life while you continue to gnash your teeth and sit there and, I'm going to prove him wrong. I am going to be so vitriol and vile. I mean, you're giving me the exact personality and example of everything that's wrong in the Hololive fandom today, just by sitting here and being a moron in my chat. You are actually proving my point that just because somebody thinks differently from you, you have to sit there and try to degrade them, debunk them, and try and sit there and you try to dehumanize them. And worst of all, you know what? Worst of all, you guys who are sitting here and you're throwing shade, you guys are just showing just how childish a lot of you guys are. That you have nothing better to do with your time than to sit in a channel of a VTuber who you are trying to degrade and act like a 5-year-old by throwing names, saying yeah. That's literally you. That's literally you, bro. You're sitting here and you're literally flapping your gums and you're in the chat with your fingers. By the way, and I hope you're using both, because if you're only using one while watching me, that's a whole nother problem. All right, so please don't do that. Now, really, get your hands above the keyboard and use both hands. All right, and I'm talking to you. All right, please show a little respect. At least show respect to your other fellow haters that are in the chat. Seriously. It's always the JP fans. What? Well, yeah, let me slow back. Yeah, I skipped a lot of comments here because a lot of it is just the same, or people like being childish. So if I didn't respond to you yet, sorry. Let's see. Watch bro say no. Okay, hang on. Lynn. Oh, what would you say? Okay. Establishing a kind of personal relationship, sometimes virtual, if possible, IRL. Nope. Okay. Nope. Guess I gotta keep listening to this guy while reading the manga. No one's forcing you to listen. Wait, you're hoping Dulce, are you hoping I'll call your name so you can speak in front of the class? Do you want to speak in front of the class here, Dulce? Do you need to come up to the front of the class and share something? If you're gonna act like an elementary school child, I'm gonna talk to you like one. Because that's exactly what you're doing, man. Really, how old are you? You could, if you want, if you're gonna pin comments about me and try to, humiliate me in public and all this other stuff, all you're doing is just pushing more traffic my way. And if you want to criticize me for using this topic in order to get monetization, well, you know what? It's your fault. It's all y'all's fault for pushing me into the public eye, where people actually sit there and listen to me. And you're listening to me right now. You are actually promoting the future monetization of my channel purely by being there right now, listening while reading the manga. Let's see here. What does this have to do with the comment? What does this have to do with the comment? Plain and simple. What this has to do with this with the comment, because people are trying to blow what I said out of context, and they are continuing to not take words at face value. And that's why you have to explain all this, because there are people who are too slow and too stubborn and too stupid to understand. Some of them are in this chat right now. Terms: parasocialism, form of psychological relationships viewers and consumers of mass media form with content creators. Hey, CJ, where did you get those? Where did you get these last two definitions that you read? That's actually very interesting, because that is completely different than what the official psychological definition that is in a psychological diagnosis and the ICD, which is what they use in the medical profession. Your terms and definitions do not match, what is in ICD-10. So I'm very interested to know where you got these terms from, because I want to read them. I want to read where it came from. Let's see here. I just consider removing this digital footprint if you want a successful career. Again, I don't do this for a career. Who makes you think I want to do this as a career? You think if I have to sit here and watch my every exact word that I say in order to be famous or whatever, I don't want that kind of life. I really don't. Why would I want to be successful and have to worry about what I say? Like Callie, every time she says something that people don't like, they automatically hate on her. Callie has caused more, drama because of, comments she has unfilteredly said than I have. I mean, why would I want that kind of life? I don't do this to be popular. I don't do this for money. I do this because I want to do this. Plain and simple. If I become successful, fine. If I don't become successful, that's fine too. I've said it before and I've said it again. If I have 0 people watch me, or if I have 100 people watch me, it doesn't matter. Because I'm streaming because I want to stream. And that's not pathetic. That is being somebody who does not give a damn what public opinion is of me. I'll say it the way I want to say it. If you don't like it, tough. You're gonna find me sitting here talking about you and how pathetic you are for not liking what I said, and then trying to make people hate me because you don't like what I said. Who's the more pathetic one? The one out there sitting there going, "Look what he did! Look what he did! Look what he said!" That's some of you guys. You're literally sitting there crying like a 5-year-old, sitting here, just shouting at the top of your lungs, "Look what he did! Look what he did! Isn't it terrible? Look what he did! Look what he did!" Trying to get people to pay attention to you. I don't care about you. I really don't. Why should I care about what you think? That's not ruining my career. That's just plain fact. If you're going to sit there and act that way, I don't want you as my fan. I don't want you as my subscriber. You feel free to unsubscribe when you're done chatting. No one's stopping you. I'm not gonna sit here and bend over for you for you lowlifes who are sitting here and saying you have to think a certain way, otherwise we're gonna hate you. Go hate me and stand in the corner somewhere else. Because I don't want your hate in my channel day after day after day and having to bend to your will. That's exactly what some of you are doing right now. You are literally saying, if you do not listen and do what we say, we are going to try to ruin you as much as possible. That is some of what you guys are doing right now. And you know what? That is called cyberbullying. It's pathetic. All this because somebody on the internet you don't agree with, and you feel the need to elevate yourself by putting me down. You're not stepping on me. And if you do try to step on me, guess what? All you're doing is improving my metrics for my channel. Yeah, you know what? I did call you a lowlife because you know what? You're sitting here and you're trying to criticize somebody on the internet for thinking differently than you. Mars is a planet. I did not call you lowlife. Now you're sitting there and you're dreaming shit up. I did not call you a lolicon. I asked the question, moron. I did call you a moron, though. I said, if you have scantily clad women on your wall that look like they're under 18, does that make you a lolicon? That is a question, moron, not a statement. Do you understand comprehension? Okay. Because if not, you know what? I can speak slower for you. Now, have a nice day. Somebody who isn't caring sounds like he's caring. Bro, being an ableist is crazy. It's not a difference of opinion. People are calling out your sense of entitlement. There is no fucking entitlement in my statement. I don't know how else to explain it to you where you will actually understand the concept of not taking a statement, a sentence that is a statement, and actually reading into the sentence, trying to find a way to say and claim that it's the entitlement statement that I have made when there is no entitlement in the statement that I have made. You are, again, reading into the statement. And you know what? If I have to say this for the like 5 hours, hey, as long as there's one person in chat, I don't give a fuck. Okay? There is nothing in the statement that I made that says I am entitled, nor have I claimed that there is entitlement in my statement. You are making things up that aren't there. I mean, if you're that dense to where you cannot comprehend the fact that a statement is nothing more than what is actually said in the sentence, there's no help for you. There really isn't. And the fact that some of you guys continue to try to dream up the same old tired argument means that you have absolutely nothing to stand on. I mean, literally, what do I have to speak to you in a lower grade level? Do I need to like use more simple words for you? What makes you interact with female VTubers that are barely out of teenage years? Hey, Laser Thief, you're back. You're actually talking again. Welcome back. You know what? Let's roll back here for a second. So you're hoping that my kidneys completely fail, huh? You're hoping that I'll die, bro. I see you. I see that you made a comment there. Don't run away. What? You want me to die? Is that what you're asking for? You're actually wishing people. You're actually wishing physical harm and physical problems on other people. Oh, you're ignoring me, Laser Thief? Okay. You want to ignore me? Okay, that's fine. All right. You're gone. Bye. And by the way, half of the people that are VTubers are like 18 to 23. And then like the other half are like 25 through 30 something. So, you can't really pick and choose who you interact with. I mean, you start interacting with somebody, and then you find out what their age is. I mean, if you are already showing support from them, wouldn't it be bad to pull your support from them after you find out what their real age is? I mean, again, you're putting an age limit on something where you are saying, okay, you can't be invested in being in the VTuber industry if you're over 35 because that's cringe. If you find out the real age of the VTuber you're interacting with and they're under a certain age, you can't interact with them anymore because that's cringe. You're making that all about what you feel. You're not making it about the VTuber. You're not thinking about the talent. You're thinking about yourself because you are trying to make up your own rules about what you can and cannot do within the VTuber industry. Says the person agonizing over Roboco's absence. What? That there is no age limit? Okay, yeah. Oh no, he ignores my arguments now. That's cool. Yes, please explain in simple English. I'm a dumb college student who doesn't know how to English. Woo, ooh, woo. No, I'm sorry. I don't talk to people that ooh, woo. That's cringe. Especially if you're ooh, wooing to a male VTuber. That's extremely cringe. Don't do that again. That's cringe. Bro, why would you uwu to a male VTuber who you don't even like? You called another VTuber an emoto. Yes, I did. Because she is like an emoto to me, and she is okay with that because I asked her before I started calling her that, and she was perfectly fine with it. Because I've actually talked to other people. instead of like criticizing everyone who disagrees with me, I actually go out and talk to other people. Wow, what a concept, huh? Talking to people instead of telling them what to think? Wow. I mean, you can do that kind of stuff on social media. Did you know that? You can actually talk to people instead of telling them what to think or how to act or what to feel. Brilliant concept. Unlike you, I can take criticism without whining. You know what? I disagree with that. Because every time I disagreed and criticized what you've sat there and continue to whine in my chat. And then you continue to spam sentences in my chat. And then you continue to spam, Lamau, and using all caps like you're shouting. And just putting one or two word answers in chat. Yeah. No, you can't handle criticism, any more than you say I can. So yeah, okay. I've had enough of your spamming in my chat. By the way, you're gone. Goodbye. And by the way, if you are now blocked, feel free to unsubscribe to me on the way out, because I would really hate for your subscription to put me over the limit marker for me getting monetized, because I know how much you would hate that to actually happen, because I am benefiting from you. Not that I'm not already benefiting from you, because you're actually pushing traffic my way by trying to degrade and discredit me. So, but feel free to go ahead and do that on the way out. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of slowed down on this because I have been catching up on what people are saying in chat rather than finishing my presentation. So, yeah. Someone named CJ is saying your take is correct. I don't know where is he getting his information from, but it's crazy. So let me scroll back. Was silent on your take on parasocialism is very wrong. CJ was right. You are disagreeing with a cited source. So wait a minute, wait. CJ, did you actually cite the source? If you did, it must have scrolled up because of Lin Oi's constant spam. That, and I did tell you not to talk to me because you oohed. Hang on. Let me go back. Spoiler alert, we have different beliefs. Yes. We do have different beliefs. That doesn't give you the right to push on me your beliefs and telling me that I'm wrong and I'm right and you're right, and I have to think your way in order to not discredit myself or all these other conformity type of talk. You're free to think whatever you want, and as soon as you walk out of my chat, you are still free to think of whatever you want. And you're free to think of that I have been entirely wrong the entire night, for all I care. But the fact of the matter is, if you're going to come into my chat, if you're going to repost, retweet, or comment on me and call me out and saying I'm wrong, calling me names and degrading in a degrading fashion, mischaracterize me in any sort of way, and then blow my comments out of proportion by reading into and then trying to recite as fact what you believed or perceived what I said to be what it wasn't, you will be called out on it. And I will stand up for myself. I will not back down. The moment you walk into my chat, the moment you retweeted, the moment you reposted or commented on mine and took my words and tried to make it something it's not, gives me the right to stand up for myself. And if you don't like that fact, don't ever retweet or comment on what I say. Because I will continue to use you as examples of what toxic behavior infects the Hololive culture. And quite frankly, I don't give a damn if you agree with it or not. Bro, he's a doctor now. So, Dulcie, I am actually good friends with several psychologists because I work at a hospital. And one of the things that what my friend psychologist did give me was an ICD-10. So, CJ, you say you got... Oh, there it is. Okay, so you got it from Oxford. Okay, so... I'm not giving you the name of the hospital. I'm not going to dox myself. You insane? Oxford. Dictionary. Dictionary. Words. Oxford. Social. Let's see. What's the little lines by, or the markers by it? Doesn't it? There's a little scale on the side here. What's the scale about? Because I mean, this thing, the singular definition. Oh, okay, I can expand it. Okay. So characterized by one side, unprecedented sense of intimacy with your friend. Coined by U.S. psychologists. Oh, okay. So that's why it's different. See, you didn't. Hang on. Get this into the tab. So the phrase itself is coined by sociologists in 1956. So the definition that Oxford has is going to show up different than what the psychological definition of parasocial is. That's why it has the definition that's cited here explicitly talks about current events and even to the point of streaming and all that stuff, is because it was coined by sociologists, which is why you get the societal type of definition here. However, the definition and the prognosis of parasocial are drastically different. That's why, if you were to look it up in ICD-10, it's not going to say this. It's going to say something. It's because this is not a diagnosis definition of parasocial. This is basically a sociological definition of parasocial. It still has relevance, don't get me wrong. However, I'm trying to explain to you why the definition that's being used is drastically different. But in either case, it's designating a relationship characterized by a one-sided, unreciprocated sense of intimacy by the viewer, fan, or follower. Again, I don't have any of those types of feelings. So it is not, I am not parasocial. You are reading into the definition. Okay? In which the viewer or fan feels falsely that they know the celebrity as a friend. I have never claimed that she is my friend. I've never claimed to actually have a relationship with her. I never claimed to actually know her. I have claimed and said repeatedly that she has interacted with me. That is drastically different than saying that she is a friend or that I know her. So, strike two. Usually in parasocial interactions or parasocial relationships, there has never been any parasocial interactions unless you're trying to claim that her simply liking my posts and tweets and all of that is considered parasocial interaction. But again, I never claimed to know her. I've never claimed to be in a relationship with her. I've never claimed that she is mine. I've never claimed that I have ownership of her. I've never claimed that I know her and that she is my friend. Okay, so, boom. Your definition has vindicated me. End of story. Thank you. You have completely vindicated me. If you're going to continue to argue this, you are literally arguing against the Oxford Dictionary definition of it. What more do you want? Oh, wait a minute. You want to be right and me to be wrong. That's what you want. It's not going to happen because I have repeatedly proved you wrong. Give it up. As somebody told me, take the L. Oh, Lord. Let's see here. No, okay. Sorry. No, I should have asked you to send it again, CJ. So, but thank you. I did scroll up. My arguments with links and proper research is now invalid due to my Ubu. Your Ubu ruined everything. So you don't have any conviction behind anything you say is what you're saying. Why should we respect that? I don't have any conviction behind what I'm saying. How'd you arrive at that conclusion? Seriously. I know I'm asking a laxative to give me more, but expand upon your comment, laxative. But don't give me more. Yeah, CJ. So let me show you real quick on the side here, on the original page. There's like a little scale here that of blocks, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. Maybe that's it. It doesn't say anything when you put your cursor over it. So I mean, maybe it's like a gauge of relevance. Maybe I'm not sure. I mean, it doesn't tell you anything when you cursor over it. So I mean, okay, whatever. But let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot about. I forgot to read other sources as well. It wouldn't be research. Yeah. So yeah, proven fact is more often than not cited by more than one source in order to, well, in research terms, to have credibility, you have to have more than one source. But, well, I'm done pooping. Going to flush this stream along. Oh, laxative, did you already flush? Please tell me you didn't flush, because I want to know. I want to know more of what you're trying to tell me. Yeah, Oxford is not wrong. Oxford's definition that they have up here is based upon the what the sociologist Donald Horton and R.H. Wohl describe as a kind of psychological relationship. However, they're speaking in sociological terms, which is drastically different than psychological terms, because sociologists speak in general relative terms as far as the mentality of civilization, whereas they more focus upon the society and sociological interaction between people. Whereas the psychological term is a mental definition and prognosis of a person's behavior. So they are two completely different fields. They do mesh in some aspects, but they are largely different fields. So you can have multiple different definitions based solely upon if a person is speaking in sociological terms in regards to society, or if a person is speaking in psychological terms in regards to diagnosis and behavior definition on a medical level. Look as I missed. Look as I said what you missed. As real long as your. Wait. Before I go, Marko, are you out of breath? No, I'm not. But I am asthmatic. I've and this is a long story as well, and this will kind of give you an idea of where I live, but I don't live in Canada, but where I live has been significantly affected by the Canadian wildfires, and so I've spent the better part of the entire year breathing in the smog, even though I'm indoors, because that stuff permeates through practically everything. And even with, like, my AC and everything like that, trying to filter everything out, it just doesn't happen because the particles are too fine. And so I've developed I've developed a breathing problem that is leading to what they're telling me I'm developing it, but I'm not quite there yet. But I do get shortness of breath because of all the smog that we get from Canada, unfortunately, which is sad because Canada had some of the best forests, and now they're all on fire, unfortunately. So let's see here. Look as I said you missed what I said. As long as someone in your Oshi, as someone is your Oshi, you're parasocial. So what you're saying is, if I claim to have an Oshi, then I'm parasocial. So I guess that's technically correct. I mean, your Oshi is basically the person you support the most. But I mean, that's practically no different than saying that you have a favorite, That's like saying that you have a favorite football player and you go out and buy their jersey. Does that make you parasocial then? I mean, because technically, I mean, you're like sporting their gear and you're sporting their name. So does that make you a parasocial towards that football player? Hmm. I have to think about that one, I guess. So I mean, if you really want to break down the word oshi, see, the word oshi has also been given a bad rep because as soon as and someone else claimed that I'm being racist, or I was being racist, and I'm definitely not, because they were having a failure to understand what I was trying to say. Um, a lot of comments directed towards me were directed solely with a Western mindset of specific things and the way things are done. All right. And most of these people fail to grasp the concept that Japanese culture is drastically different than, you know, the English speaking culture. You know, business is handled differently. Processes are done differently. Um, your salaries are handled differently in Japan compared to the United States or Canada or wherever. You know, all this stuff is handled drastically different than, what is on the other side of the pond. And because I was trying to explain that to them, I was then being called racist. I'm like, whoa, okay. You tried to explain to somebody how things are done over there compared to over here. Does that make me racist? Okay, I guess. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, hold on. I need to take a drink here. Sorry, I didn't want to cough on you guys. Um, so yeah, there's uh, people getting a hold of specific terms and then twisting them into various other things. It is a lot. It is a lot of why you see a lot of JP bros just not interact with EM bros. All right, and to prove that point, my moto, which yes, I do refer to her as my moto, and again, she is perfectly fine with me calling her that, and she has said that she is fine with me calling her that. Um, that is the type of friendship that I have built with her, to the point where I can call her my moto, and she's fine with it, because we basically played like a brother and sister would when we played Splatoon and all these other games together. She always reserved a spot for me so I could play with her while she was streaming, and she'd sit there and she'd like literally chase after me the entire game in every single match, because she knew she could kill me and I couldn't kill her. I mean, it was basically like kind of like a brother and sister bond. Now, is that parasocial? No. Why? Because the relationship was reciprocated and she accepted it, and we talked about it in person together. We talked about it. That is not a parasocial relationship. Um, it's basically the same thing as the difference between theory when used by a scientist and theory when used as a layman. Um, I could see that. The drastic the problem I have with the statement is modern day science has started taking theory and basically all but assuming that the theory is correct, um, and so they run around stating it as fact when it's still considered a theory. And in most cases, it's because the theory 99.9% of the time works out correctly. But there's always that 0.1, right? You know, which keeps it from going from theory to fact, or, you know, that kind of exchange, whatnot. Whereas, like you said, a layman may take the same statement and either generalize it or try to conform it to what they are trying to talk about, which doesn't necessarily it doesn't necessarily keep the theory as factual or as correct when you're trying to apply it to other things. Which is why a lot of times, you know, when you take a theoretical process and you try to apply it to, you know, general applications, it doesn't quite work out. Whereas if you take a practical and proven like formula, and then you apply it to a general application, the formula will work out because because it's been proven. Whereas if you apply a theory to it, it may work in some instances, but in other instances it'll fail, and then people start pointing fingers at each other, right? Because they use theory, you know, they use the theory to try to build their foundation, and it fell apart on them. So, I mean, I could see it go both ways, is what I'm saying, you know. But I think that's a good analogy for it, though. In his defense, that was another VTuber. Yes, my moto is another VTuber, which I have talked to, you know, off stream, which I have played multiple games together with. We've talked to each other and known each other for well over like a year and a half now. And most importantly, she accepted and approved of me calling her that. That's drastically different than being parasocial. Let's see here. So the word Oshi has no direct translation in English. Well, I mean, Oshi... Oshi basically means to push. You know, in reference to the person that you're pushing for, you know, or, you know, you're pushing them as... And when they mean push, they're meaning, you know, that you're advocating for them. I mean, it's generally what the raw translation is of Oshi. But I mean, like, if you want a 1-to-1 translation, you know, yeah, there's no 1-to-1 translation on that. Which, like most, like, you know, I think you commented later that the biggest problem with the Japanese language, the language is context, so words change meaning based upon context, unlike English, which is absolutely correct. You can have a word mean no, and then you can have the same word mean house, you know, and words sound so, similar when you pronunciate the Japanese language, that it's also hard to differentiate between that. I mean, just take like kawaii and kuwa, you know. I mean, you basically are calling somebody cute, but then if you if you are trying to say scary, it almost sounds like you're calling it cute, but you're calling it scary, So I mean, there's just so much, and then you have the different the different alphabets as well to differentiate between what the pure Japanese is, and then words that are borrowed from other languages. So then you have that, and then you also have all the kanji, which is basically borrowed from Chinese. So it's a very complex language. It's a what do they call it? Like kind of like a Pictian something language, because it's all designs and symbols as opposed to words or letters, Greek or Roman. Okay, I'm going to end it right here, but before I stop chatting, I highly suggest you take back the tweet and word it better. The whole problem could have been averted if you were less aggressive with your delivery and words. You know what, CJ? Let me slightly alter what you just said, okay? If I didn't tweet that with as much emotion as I did when I wrote that, I would have probably worded it differently. Whether or not I take it back now, I mean, it's already been seen by over 56,000 people. I mean, if I take it back, it's already been screenshotted like 1 million times already. So if I erase it, people are just gonna look what he erased. I said it. It came from my. It didn't come from my mouth, but it came from. I said it. It came from my brain. I said it. I own it. That's the difference between me and a lot of other people, right? Because I own what I say. I don't take back what I said because I mean what I said. Could it have been worded differently? Yes, probably. But I'll take ownership of it. And I'm going to prove that I'm going to own what I said. If you're going to hate me for it, hate me for it. I don't care. But what I do care about is the fact that, you have these same people who are sitting here, saying, oh, look how wholesome and nice and everything is for the Hololive community and stuff like that. And then these same people turn around with vitriol, hate, and complete disdain towards anybody who they disagree with. If you're going to advocate, well, everyone has different opinions and you have to respect my opinion because it's mine, then respect other people's opinion. If you want somebody to respect what you said, then respect the fact that they have a different opinion. Don't attack them for it. Don't call them names. Don't sit there and degrade them. Don't sit there and try to dehumanize them. Don't sit there and try to mock them. I would literally have maybe 5 people in my chat right now. If it wasn't for people hating on me and expecting to be able to walk in here and think that they can say whatever they want and then walk away and say, I showed him. That's exactly what people want. That's exactly why people are coming in here and acting like dumbasses. And they spent an hour and a half, almost 2 hours, literally of their own time to try to prove me wrong. I mean, who's the one that needs to get a life here? The people who sit there and walk into my chat and are trying to, belittle me? And spent 2 hours in my chat trying to belittle me? Or the person who is defending his right and his opinion? And his right to have an opinion. That's different than yours. Who's the one that needs to get a life? I mean, seriously, man. Are you proud to be a part of that community who sits there and literally gangs up on one person because they have a different opinion? Are you proud of that? If you're proud of that, then I feel sorry for you. Your tone is irrelevant. They don't blank what you said. Hey, you know what? If they don't want to listen to what I said, hey, again, I've been streaming for what, 2 hours now? 2 hours and 40 minutes. 2 hours and 40 minutes, and I have averaged 15 people concurrent viewers in the last 2 hours and 40 minutes. That equates to a lot of viewing hours. If you want to come in here and try to be a smartass, all you're doing is helping my metrics. That's on you. That's not on me. If you don't want me benefiting from the fact that you're triggered, don't come in here and argue with me for 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's that easy. There's a nice little button on Twitter or X where you can tap it and then block. Better yet, you can just keep on scrolling by. Wow, what a concept. But instead, people feel entitled to stop and comment on mine. And then sit there and think, well, I showed him by calling him names and degrading him and telling him he's a moron and everything else. I proved him wrong. He said something in response? He's defending himself? How dare he? How dare you defend yourself against my hate? You listen to me. You listen to me and you do what I say because you have to act this way. That is what has happened tonight. And all you haters in the chat, all you're doing is proving me right. That you people exist in the Hololive fandom, and you guys are pathetic for coming in here and trying to gang up on a single VTuber that had a single iota of an individual thought. And my fans, and my listeners, my normal listeners, I apologize for you having to sit through this tonight. Because I know this is kind of my I'm back stream. Tomorrow will be my much more chill one where, we actually play a game. We actually get to talk. We actually get to do stuff that doesn't involve moronic people who are sitting there trying to prove me wrong. But you know what? I honestly, the people who actually know me and have been with me since day one, you guys know exactly what I'm saying, and you guys are actually like looking at these other people and saying, "My God, why haven't you banned them yet, Marko?" And the proof, and to be honest, if anything else, I am letting people see exactly who the people next to them are. And I pray to God that you guys who do not think like them don't start thinking like them. Nor let them tell you how to think. It's sad when you sit here and you look at the responses, and you realize that literally there is an aura of conformity that people think they must obey in order to be a fan. Yes, there's guidelines to being a fan that Hololive suggests that you follow. However, absolutely none of it states that what I said last night was wrong in any fashion. Your brand never said once I could not have the feelings or the expression that I put out on Twitter, on social media. There is no rule against having those types of emotions or feelings when you are concerned about somebody who you support. So, anyways, the cool 2T. I apologize that you've had to walk in and sit through this. Calvin as well. I know I've seen several other regulars that have popped in and seen the absolute mayhem that is being created by these Twitter trolls. And I apologize that you've had to sit through that tonight, and also listen to me trying to defend myself against these less than tasteful people, because they are definitely not our normal crowd. However, I did decide to stream this instead of the Liza P because I really felt that this is something that needed to be said. And if these people are going to try to use me as an example, I am going to put up my defense for it. And if people don't like it, hey, they can do what they have always done, and they can walk away. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I don't care if you want to walk away. Because if you walk away, that means you think differently than me and that you don't care about my channel in the first place. I don't want you here. There's several of you who actually care about, what's going on with me and why I'm having to deal with people like who've been popping in tonight. The people who have been trolling, the people who are sitting there spinning stories. People who have sat there and hung with me while, through the whole Russia and Miki Nico incident. People have, seen, been with me since, day one when I was just another VTuber playing video games. But guess what? I am not just another VTuber who plays video games and that's it. I talk about shit that actually needs to be talked about. And that's too real for some people. Especially when they get called out on their bullshit. So anyways, now that we're completely caught up on chat, and I see that the trolls are gone. I believe we have talked about most of everything that I was going to talk about, even though we never got to actually highlighting some of the actual people who said those things. But given the fact that we've already talked about practically every single tab that I had open that I was going to use tonight, and there actually is no need to promote them or their Twitter handle. So I'm just trying to think if there is anybody else that we need to look at or talk about with their comments. Oh, by the way, I absolutely loved the meme where one guy said, it was something to the effect of, VTubers needing to entertain me versus shoving keys into my rectum, and he chose keys in the rectum. If that's the type of fan you want to, say you are standing in solidarity with, I don't want to be a Hololive fan. Not that I am a Hololive fan to begin with, because as people rightfully called me out on, I do not support Hololive. I support the talent. I've always supported the talent, and I always will support the talent. I don't support their brand. There's a difference. And the difference is, I know that the company largely doesn't care about individual talent, so long as they have the talent to make a profit with their brand. That's all they care about. I mean, why else do you think that they cut people loose when they're a troublemaker? Or they've been getting in trouble, or they need help. But yet it's easier to cut them loose than actually helping them get help, which is the Mickey Nico incident. I care about the talent. I don't give a damn about Hololive. The talent could be a Niji, and I'd still care about them. They could get fired from Hololive and go to Niji. I'd still care about the talent. I don't care about their brand. There's nothing wrong with that. It's because I'm not waving the Yago banner like the rest of you doesn't mean that I don't care. I've cared about every one of these talents enough to talk about what they've been going through over the last 2 years before Hololive actually took it upon themselves to say, hey, you know what? Our talents are being harassed. There's a new law in effect that allows us to prosecute them. Maybe we should use it. But it took the government to pass a law before they actually decided to do something about it. And I've talked in length about some of the treatment the talent has gone through over the past several years, and how so many of them have literally broken down because Hololive did nothing to help them. I care about the talent. If that's parasocial, then you can call me parasocial. Well, I call it being a human being. So anyway, we will wrap it up here tonight, guys, because I think that I have actually been able to get through everything that I have gotten through and everything that I wanted to talk about. You gotta absolutely love the septic tank that Twitter is, and the amount of vitriol that has spewed from it tonight. It is a perfect showcase of exactly why I don't use social media unless I absolutely have to, and why I largely don't talk about things on social media unless I am saying, hey, I'm going to be doing this, or hey, things are not working out tonight, I'm going to have to cancel my stream. Apparently, you can't be a VTuber and have an opinion that's in direct conflict with you know, the Hololive brand. But whatever, man. Whatever. Like I've said before, and I'll say it again, if you guys sit there and try to cancel me and succeed, I don't care if I have 100 people on my chat or 10 or 5 or 2. You guys care about numbers. I don't. As long as there's, as long as I'm streaming and doing what I want to do, that's all I care about. And if people want to come along for the ride, they can come along for the ride. Many of you have. And I appreciate you guys, because that gives me somebody to actually talk about whatever game I'm playing or whatever my interest is, or whatever topic we're talking about. There's no one to interact with. Hey, you know what? That's just like me playing at home without streaming. Same thing. The only difference is that I have a camera on. And if people want to come in and interact with me, they can. I've never cared about numbers. People always try to make it about the numbers, and I don't care about the numbers. I do things because I want to do them. That's all that matters. I know a lot of you hate that, because that means you can't get to me the way you want to get to me. But you know what? You guys keep handing me W's by sitting here and spending time in my streams when you obviously hate me. Who's getting the L on this and who's getting the W? I wonder. Calvin, thank you so much for dropping in, my friend. I know this is not what you wanted to listen to the entire night. I promise you that I will be streaming Liza P tomorrow. So if you have time and you're able to tune in, please tune in. I will post it on Twitter and on the community tab. Okay? I appreciate you dropping in, my friend. You are always welcome in my streams. And I am extremely sorry that you've had to sit through this, but I'm really glad that you're here. And you're right, I did get scientific theory mixed up with scientific law. That was what I was trying to think of, and I got that mixed up. So but thank you for pointing that out, because I appreciate that, because I was trying to think of what it was. So thanks for straightening it out. See, I can admit to when I'm wrong. People are sitting here thinking you can't admit that you're wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong. When somebody actually has proven fact that is a true and correct statement, yes, I can say I'm wrong. I'm not going to admit that I'm wrong when you're sitting here and you're voicing an opinion that is flawed. Oh, I've been around the internet much longer than most of you guys. So making comments, oh, he must be new to the internet. No. I've been around the internet much longer than you guys, and the fact that I can sit here and laugh at you being so triggered is proof positive that you're not gonna get to me. There is nothing you can take from me that you can take from me. There's nothing you can take from me. I mean, I've had nights when the cool 2T and Umberto and Calvin have been the only ones in my chat, and it doesn't bother me. I stream because I want to stream, and if I don't stream, it's because I don't want to stream. No, I don't think so. Okay. So first the first comment. I've honestly I've posted stuff under that hashtag before that under those hashtags before, and they again I've had maybe 100 people look at them. I don't know why, if it was the hashtags that did it. I don't know why every other thing I have commented with those hashtags never blew up as much as this one did. The fact that I it's likely the last part of it where I did say that the whole abandoned bit. I do agree with whoever pointed that out, that probably was like the actual trigger in my statement that made people jump to the conclusions they jumped to. So yeah, in that case, I do see where perhaps my unfiltered thoughts did get people emotionally charged on this whole thing. But that being said, I have made a lot of comments before that people didn't like, and absolutely nothing happened. In fact, what was strange was I've actually made a comment before using the Roboco's hashtag, where I asked her, and I just asked the question. I said, Roboco, are you not doing ASMR anymore? Because you haven't done it in such a long time. And then not even a week later, she did an ASMR stream. Now I'm not going to claim that I was the one that made her did it. Okay, I just found the coincidence very, very interesting that if she read my comment, and looked at her schedule and said, hey, yeah, he's right, that it's actually amazing that she would see those comments, because I know Kiara and Callie have said before that their hashtags are so flooded that they don't ever see everything that's been said. So I mean, okay. But yeah, I do agree that I think the last part of the comment was probably the trigger. Do I think it's sad that she'll wake up and read my post? I don't think so. If anything, she's going to sit there and see my post and then see all the people hating on me and shake her head. What do you think is worse? That she's going to wake up and see my post, or she's going to wake up and see thousands of people hating on somebody for having an opinion? What do you think she's going to... What's going to be more sad? Okay, that explains it. That is totally understandable, and why, and explains so much why the trolls are out in force today, or over the past 24 hours. That totally explains it. Yeah, because it was on 4chan. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I made 4chan. I have accomplished a career milestone, and I've made 4chan. You know what? That I don't know if I should be proud of that. I just gotta laugh, man, because you know what? I mean, it shows how it absolutely shows how low people sink to, where you're sitting there and you have to share a tweet that you don't like on 4chan, and then you have a bunch of other people who you're trying to impress, to join you and hating on somebody. I mean, that's all what 4chan is. You're just sitting there trying to find the next thing in order to trigger people, so you can get attention and impress your peers, which are all scum. They're all scum. I don't have a problem saying that. They're all scum. And if people ruined me because of this, and they already try to ruin me because of this, you know what? I'm not gonna lose anything from that. Will I lose my channel? Yeah, probably. But it don't matter. I stream because I want to stream. And if they ruin me again, and by the way, this is not the first time that I've had this type of hate come from Hololive people. By the way, so my channel was nuked because I dared to say that I did not like that one transition between Gura being blue to the one being red. Shocking, isn't it? I said I liked her. I liked her when she was the blue guru, before the whole, I forget what the name of that song was that she did. But I simply said that I like the blue one better, and people hated on me and nuked my channel for it. I mean, how low can you sink to where that is your claim to fame, and that is the highlight of your day, where you sit there and spend your entire life filled with vitriol and hate, simply because somebody had a different opinion? My comment wasn't filled with vitriol. Now, my butthurt comment was maybe filled with vitriol a little bit. But I don't regret saying it. So anyways, that's enough for this stream. I've had enough talking about this. If any of you are left in the audience, if you want to, feel free to wring your hands and try to ruin me even more, go for it. If I can never stream again, that you're just gonna give me a lot more time to do other things, like going outside and not having to worry about my channel. I mean, hey, you might actually be doing me a favor by doing that. But if you want me to suffer, and barely eke by because you want to mock me for being a nobody, you keep bumping up those metrics, and even show just how toxic you can be. Your choice, not mine. So in the end, thank you so much for everyone who has tuned in today. We had a lot of people come and go. Like I said, if you're not here to actually, be a listener and interact civilly with myself and other people, you are free to unsubscribe. I'm not gonna beg you to stay. By all means, I'd rather have you gone than have you here, because I don't want you here if you don't want to be here. You know, I'm not a Twitch streamer. I'm not gonna sit there and beg people to stay on my, stay with my channel. But if you are and have enjoyed tonight's stream, most of the time we don't talk about something this serious where I am literally defending myself against people. Most of the time we do have fun, and we try to do fun things on my channel, such as play games, play some of the newer games, play some of the older games. We also go through and since October is around the corner, I have actually been preparing to do my Hololive Best Scream streams, where we look at each generation and try to determine who has the best scream in Hololive. So we will be starting that since October is right around the corner, and hopefully we'll be able to get through most of the generations and enjoy that type of content and laugh at some of the old memes and some of the old clips that are out there. Maybe even introduce people to some new clips that you haven't seen before, or there's so many people in Hololive right now that I haven't been able to see all of them. I barely knew that Indonesia had like a third generation or something. I don't even know who these people are. So, I would really like to do that and get through as many as possible. So if you are interested and enjoy having fun and enjoy interacting with other people and not hating on them, feel free to stick around. We'll be doing that in the near future. I will be posting when those streams happen on the community tab and on social media, so please keep an eye out for that. We've had a lot of people come and go, and I don't know how many people I can go through and thank, but WD Batra, thank you so much for your interaction, even if we did not agree on a lot of things. Please do not worry too much, and I will be careful. And hopefully we'll not have too many more incidents involving 4chan, because that is oh Lord, I can't believe people posted that in 4chan. That's a whole another level of cringe that I don't even want to think about. So we'll definitely we are always on guard against people. So please don't worry too much about that. But I do appreciate the comments and the word warning regarding that whole situation. I hope that you are at least enjoyed yourself while you were here, even if we didn't agree on most anything. Let's see here. Who else? The Manathon. That was banned. Thank you so much for your time and your contribution to the metrics. I extremely am appreciative of that, as well as several of your cohorts, like someone named CJ. CJ, I know you're gone already, but thank you so much for your time. Chair, thank you so much for your time as well. I didn't get the chance to talk to you about a lot of what you said, but I do see that you made a lot of comments here. MK Pie, thank you so much for your time and contribution in chats. And let's see, Arwen, thank you so much for your time as well. And I did miss your comment saying that I should join Hololive. You fit there. uh, or Hollow Stars rather. Um, no, those guys actually have a lot more talent than me. Um, Not that I haven't thought about auditioning, but I don't have the talent to hang with those guys. They are something else, and I'm actually very happy that they are finding some signs of success in Hollow Stars, even if it's not as big as you know what I think they could be if they were more focused on. But yeah, those guys are definitely something special that I could not hang with. uh, the needed laxative. Thank you so much for your running time before you ran out of here. Pun intended. Dulcie, you have been a thorn in my side since the very beginning of this stream, and even before, and on Twitter. Thank you so much for your time as well. And even though I did not acknowledge you for the most part because your comments were completely off base and irrelevant, I do appreciate you adding to the metrics. Umberto and Beavers, my friends, thank you so much for dropping in. I'm not sure how long you've been here. If you're dropping in late, you missed all the drama. You missed all the controversy and drama. But hey, you know what? I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here and showing up. I am truly appreciative of you guys being here as well. How are you guys doing? Yeah, you missed a lot. You missed a lot of ranting and me absolutely just tearing into people who were being completely obnoxious, as well as me giving a impassioned speech involving just how sad and pathetic people have gotten to where they criticize someone for having an opinion. I never even got a chance to, actually say, tell them stuff like, I, there's two Hololive people right now that I knew before they were in the Hololive. I did mention that I've talked to Miki and Nico some. I have mentioned, talking to other VTubers some, that kind of thing. And all those things, if you were like, why are you treating these girls this way? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? That's parasocial. That's parasocial. That's parasocial. Blah 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 blah. And it's like, no, it's not. It really isn't. It really isn't. And even when they tried to bust out the Oxford Dictionary definition of it, I literally took it sentence by sentence and tore their whole dramatization of what I said apart. I mean, there was nothing else to talk about. Beavers, I am so glad you're doing well. I haven't seen you for a little while, and of course I had computer trouble, so I've been offline for a bit. But I'm glad that you dropped in, and I'm very, very sorry, as well as that, and I've apologized to the cool 2T and Calvin as well for you guys having to walk in and in some cases sit through this entire facade of drama where people are accusing me of something that I'm not, and apparently my comments made it into a 4chan thread, which didn't help matters. Oh, I just gotta laugh because I mean you literally have bottom feeders that are actually triggered because of my comments, and it's like, really. I mean, they literally took a nobody and they made him somebody in an attempt in an attempt to humiliate me. And it's like, you realize that you're promoting me by attacking me, because I can make content out of this, which means that people are going to show up just to see what I say, which means people are going to actually watch me, even if they aren't subscribers to my channel or they leave after that stream is over. They're still giving me the metric times for my channel, which will lead to eventual monetization. I mean, you're doing nothing but giving me the W, you know? So it's like, anyways, I really wanted, had the full intention of streaming Liza P tonight, and obviously that didn't happen. I do plan on trying to stream that tomorrow. Assuming that everything else works out beforehand, because I do have work and I have a commitment I have to meet after work is done. So if I get home in time, then I'll stream it. If I don't, then it'll probably be on Tuesday. It looks really fun. I played the demo of it, and I'm horrible at Souls games, but it'll make for some very entertaining deaths. So we'll try our best on that coming up soon. But I'm really glad that you guys are here, because I haven't seen you in a while, Beavers. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that everything's going well with you. Umberto, I always appreciate you dropping in and being here, being one of the faithful that always be counted on for the support. So appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you much. Just to kind of recap on a few things that are non-related to this topic tonight. I'm doing okay. Tomorrow, before I go into work, I actually have an appointment to check up on a few health issues that are non-critical, but they're health issues. And my PC is almost finished being rebuilt. I just have some stuff I gotta install on it before everything's finished on that, but that'll be ready to go for tomorrow. And I completely intend on starting the Hololive Best Scream streams, where we go over by each generation and pick and choose the best ones that have the best screams for each generation, and then kind of have a finals on that whole thing. I don't know if we'll be able to get through every generation, because I know some generations they've only had one Halloween that they've worked through, and I think there's one generation that hasn't even had a Halloween with Hololive yet. So it might be a little difficult to get screen footage of them. I'm not sure. Yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, my friend. You guys can always be counted on. I'm really happy that you guys continue to support me as much as you can. Yeah, the Fuamoko screaming is gonna be epic. I mean, I remember, if you have never watched their footage before Hololive, oh my gosh, it is great. Their screams are just, I mean, I have to admit, they would probably, in my book, they rank as part of the top best screamers in Hololive. I mean, they don't have the death metal scream of Rusia, they legitimately scream at everything. None of it feels forced, and you can legitimately feel the fear inside of them when they scream. Yeah, bow bow. Yeah, I, you know, those two. I mean, those two have always been a favorite of mine. Even before Hololive, I enjoyed following and watching them. So, yeah, I can't wait to get to them. That would be great. And I may actually at some point, um, I'll have to look, but I believe that there are some archives of them screaming. Of course, I'm not going to advertise, this is their former life type of thing. But um, at at some point, if I find the archive, I may just play it as a passing clip. When we talk about things later. That way if you haven't seen them before, you can see them. Um, because I'm not going to expose their names, and I'm not going to expose their IRL stuff, Um, but I have showcased their former channel on my channel before, so and I've actually thought about putting up some stuff that of what they used to do. But I've held off on it because I'm waiting for their manager to, or their former manager rather, to find out whether or not there'd be a problem with me reposting some things that are in clip form of their previous life. Um, because she did tell me that as so long as I don't use their current names, that she thought it would be all right, but she also has to clear it with their former agency or their former employer, because they own the rights and the rights to the look and models that they used to use. So I'm just waiting for her to respond, and when she tells me, and once she gets an answer, then she'll be able to tell me. Didn't I collab with them? It was not a collaboration. However, I did play I did play Phasmophobia with both of them. In Before Hololive. I was fortunate enough to be picked to play Phasmo with them. And in fact, it was their last Phasmo game that they played in their former lives, before they left their former employer. And I did get to play with them. I did get to talk to them directly, and communicate with them. It was extremely fun. They are extremely fun to play with, and just the fact that I don't want to say I don't want to say their former life names. So, but the fact that one of them was literally it sounded like she was literally cowering behind me as I walked forward with the cross and the and the thermometer, trying to locate the ghost, and she was literally cowering behind me, with the flashlight, the entire time, going, "You're not gonna leave me, right? You're not gonna leave me, right? You're not gonna leave me alone, right? Please don't leave me. Where'd you go?" I'm like, "I'm right in front of you." And she's like, "Okay, okay, okay." I'm like, "Are you okay?" She's like, "No, I was pressing forward. I was pressing the W button with my eyes closed." I'm like, "What are you doing?" I shouldn't have a problem posting that clip. I'm not. I know that they wiped their membership section, but I believe everything that was streamed publicly outside of their membership section is still present. And if it's not, I know a few people that archived their entire video library. So I'll have to ask them for the specific video or where I can find it. But yeah, I can definitely locate that and then upload that clip. So as soon as I find out, I'll put that up. It was extremely fun though. I almost killed myself doing something because they convinced me to go in and do it. I almost died using the Ouija board because neither one of them wanted to go in. And I didn't realize it, but I was almost out of sanity, and I literally had no sanity left, and the only thing that saved me was that the cross stopped the ghost from killing me. But it was fun. It was really fun. So yeah, as soon as I find out, I'll post that. But yeah, it's I really enjoyed them. I still watch them, even though they're in Hololive now. But it's just hearing them scream. I'm like really, really hoping that they do a lot of horror games for October. Because if they do play at least like RE4 or something like that, like if they played the original RE4, and they it took them a long, long time, but they finally cleared it. It actually took them almost half a year to clear RE4, because because one of them was too scared to play it. And she's like, I don't want to play this. I don't want to play it. It's hilarious. But yeah, if they do play a bunch of horror games for October, that'd be great. I hope they do. I really do. But I'm actually impressed with them the most out of the entire new batch that started. I mean, they are committed to streaming so much. I mean, they stream 3 times as much, and I may be exaggerating a bit, but they literally have like 3 times the amount of content that they're putting out, but then what they did with their old company. They do their morning streams, they do an evening stream, and then they're putting out shorts, and they have been like just burning it like the entire time. It just blows me away of just how much they're doing, and I think part of it is due to the fact that they can dedicate 100% of their time to Hololive, as before they couldn't dedicate as much time as maybe they wanted to as streamers. But the fact that they're doing like 8 to 10 streams a week. Shiori is definitely a different type of streamer. I gotta admit, I watched her a few times, and my mind literally melted because I'm just not used to her style. But I do think that she's probably one of those. She's one of the choices that Hololive picked up that satisfies an audience that was severely asking for somebody that they could relate to. I mean, yeah, they may be able to relate to a lot of the other ones on some level, on basis. However, her personality seems to click so well with the audience that has been like, we really want a streamer that represents what we are. and out, everyone in the new batch and EN seems to be specifically picked to satisfy specific demographics that were just begging for somebody to be hired to fit their genre, if nothing else. Um, and I don't want to say that, I don't want this to sound negative, all right? Uh, Um, you see, I I don't I can tolerate a certain amount of swearing from people I'm watching. However, if that swearing becomes too consistent, it makes me want to turn the stream off. And it's the same thing with a movie, you know, uh, a TV show, so on and so forth. I mean, I get that people swear, right? People do swear, you know. Um, However, I don't spend, large amounts of time with people who swear on a consistent basis where, every third sentence has, you know, fuck involved in it, uh, you know, or you know what I'm saying? Not I I can tolerate a certain amount of it, right? But and and a lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm a bit old school when it comes to some things where I do prefer listening to women who don't swear on on a consistent basis. That's just my preference. It it's not another parasocial tendency. It's just a preference. I prefer watching people who aren't dropping the f bomb every other word, or every other sentence. Um, but again, I do watch several VTubers who do swear, and several female VTubers that swear, but they don't swear every other sentence. Um, yeah, it's definitely a preference. But and it's not to say that I hate those streamers. It's just a matter of tolerance where I almost kind of feel myself just like it's like hearing a very dissatisfying noise where you just want to either get away from it or you need a break from hearing it all the time. um I can tolerate things in doses. But I mean, I watched them all play Earth Defense Force, right? And I mean, and there was a lot of swearing in that game, but I enjoyed it because number one, I got to listen and got to watch all of them, and I got it was my first time um, actually being able to catch all of them at the same time. I was able to watch each channel individually, and so I could kind of cut through some of the crosstalk, um, and then I was able to listen to each one of them afterwards, and then the following day where they went off and did their own thing, you know, and that gave me the opportunity to be properly introduced to them. And that doesn't mean that I think that they're a bad streamer, or that people shouldn't watch them. And again, people are going to mischaracterize what I'm saying, and I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is that like you said, everyone has their own taste, and because everyone has their own taste, that they're not my taste. Um, However, I do think that they are very talented, and that they definitely earned their spot in Hololive. and most importantly, it feels like they are more prepared for being in Hololive than Myth or Console were when they started. It's like it feels like they already have their footing in Hololive, and all they needed was, management to let them loose to do their thing, and they could hit the ground running. That's what the feel I get from this group, and I'm genuinely impressed about just how well they've been able to, grow so rapidly, push out their content, the way that they carry themselves. I mean, there's a lot of confidence in all of them that, you could feel some of the indecision and a little bit of trying to feel themselves out with Myth and Console, whereas with this group, I mean, they are just, they hit that debut and they haven't stopped, and I'm generally impressed by that. And the fact that they all have a decent handle on Japanese. It gives them the advantage of being able to talk to their senpais and maybe even collaborate with them much sooner than it did with Myth or with Console, because they didn't have to learn Japanese. It's now, it's a recommended it's a recommended skill. However, you can kind of see where they're trying to push for streamers that they hire to have that bilingual mindset or skill set already. That way, they don't have to spend a year trying to get them up to speed to speak the language so they can do things with JP. Because honestly, if you look at JP versus EN, aside from the newest newest generation Gen 3, the primary focus is and always has been on JP, and it reflects on their viewership, where it wasn't until recently that EN finally started getting up to that 100,000 view watch threshold. And even then, it peaks and valleys between like 90 to 100. Then maybe it'll go up a little bit higher than that, and then it'll drop back down. But if you look at the metrics of, like, say, Marine, I mean, she does one stream and she's hitting 300,000 views. You look at Miko. Miko is consistently averaging over 200,000 views. That's one person. One person in JP equals two EN people right now. And my feeling is that it's primarily due to Hololive pushing JP much harder than pushing EN, because they still don't quite know how to best push EN. So it's like they're always constantly behind the curve with EN. They don't know quite how to do it, but they know how to market JP. So I mean, they just push them even harder. That's where all the pushing is happening. They do have completely different staff as well. The management core of JP is completely different than EN as far as like managers and so on and so forth. And even like, I don't know if Omega Alpha is even still around, because no one hears from her anymore. But that role was designed specifically to have a head director over EN that would handle the day-to-day activities, from that person down to the managers, down to the talents, and be kind of like a counterbalance to like Achan, which Achan, was mostly handling everything that came down from, the executive part down to her, down to the talent, or to the managers and then to the talent. Miko is so elite. I mean, she could be streaming. It's hilarious where I mean, she could literally be streaming, playing that coin bulldozer push game. I mean, she could literally be streaming that and still hit 300,000 views easy, which amazes me, And why that amazes me is because she's a great talker. She's able to have a conversation, do a dialogue, and people will listen to her because they find what she's saying fascinating. And that's brilliant. I mean, there are so many times where she's just streaming and talking and chatting with her viewers. And I don't have a problem with that because she is genuinely finding a way to connect with her viewers, and that's an important piece and component of what makes Hololive so unique as opposed to other entertainers out there. And it's something that I really don't want to see them lose sight of, is that all their talent at some point or another are they really connect with their listeners, and they do form a bond with them, even though it's not like a one-on-one bond with each person individually. They form a communal bond between their listeners where they realize, hey, these people are actually here because they care about me and watching and listening to me, and not so much what I'm doing on the screen. And when you get to that point where people care more about just you talking to them over whatever gameplay they may be showing on screen, that really says that you've made it as part of being an entertainer, because you're entertaining them, not what you're doing, what you're saying, what they're listening to, how the responses that you receive from those people. That says you made it. And that's where a lot of people kind of fall out flat, because they think, well, if I have terrific gameplay, people are going to like me and follow me. Well, and that may be true in some sense, but you also have to have the personality, the speaking, the being able to hold a conversation, be able to communicate and connect with your audience, in order to make that audience stay there and grow. And that's what Miko has done. That's what Marina has done. It's not all about the boing boings with either one of them. As much as people try to say it, it's not about the boing boings. I mean, Marina and Miko both have the talent enough to be able to speak with their audience, and their audience listens to them because they want to listen to them. And it's not about what they're doing, it's about them. And that's the important thing. Miko has come a long, long ways. And I mean, I remember when she almost had to quit Hololive because of her health. And she was gone for a while because of her health. I remember Corone talking about how worried she was because Miko's health was bad during that time, and she was able to turn it around and be recover from her issues, and then be able to get to where she's at now. And I think a lot of it had to do with her maturing as a streamer, and as somebody who could, learn to communicate with others, and then also the fact that um, Hololive has been smart. And I'm not sure about the English side, but I know with the JP side, where they've hired coaches for these ladies to learn speaking, learn how to do dialogue, learn how to do voice acting, learn how to um, train themselves in a lot of these different communication skills, and that's helped a lot of them in order to make them a better communicator. So when they're talking about a specific topic, people will be invested in it, and not dismissive of, oh well, she's not playing anything, so I'm just going to turn her off. People actually care about what they're saying. Shadowmaster. Oh, you were playing ranked in Overwatch. Well, hey, when you make it the 4chan, you're somebody, right? Even if they try to characterize you as somebody to be disdained and banished, you're still somebody when you make it the fortune. Cronies used to put online OKU for technical support. It was yeah. uh, um, I absolutely adored the communication and the interaction between those two, because it really kind of felt like you had a dog and a cat as family pets, and that they get along together. So you had these two adorable little adorable little animals that love each other, and they get along fine with each other, and it was just like it's just so wholesome to watch them together. I remember recently, a few weeks ago, I believe it was a few weeks ago, I don't remember when the actual stream happened. Coroni was and her were playing a game together, and Coroni, Okayu saw a couple of English comments in the comments section, and Coroni is like, she's like, oh yeah, you have a lot of English listeners. They just don't say anything because you don't say anything to them. And she's like, really? And she's like, yeah, say hi, guys. And so, Okayu is like, hi, guys. And then, like, just an entire flood of English listeners are like, oh my God, and saying hi back and stuff like that. She talked to us, oh my God, and an entire flood. And Okayu was like, oh my God, I did not realize I had so many English listeners. Hey, guys. It's like, what? You have tons of English listeners, Okayu, and we, they may not understand everything you're saying, but they adore you. Is it true that the China branch of Hololive is returning? I've heard a few people mention that, in the rumor mill, but I haven't heard anything in the circles I run in, and it was not part of their annual report. Now mind you, I'm referring to their annual financial report that they posted for 2022 to 2023. As part of that annual report, they and now that are a publicly traded company, they were required to post an outlook, projection outlook for 2024. Okay. And part of that includes their business plans and model for what they intend on doing for this next fiscal year. China was not mentioned in that report. They did mention additional expansion of the Hololive English branch, which includes Gen 3 that was released. They did not state if they were going to be hiring more for English branch. However, they did mention that they want to expand further into the English market in 2023 to 2024. So that lends me to believe that Hololive will likely hire at least one more generation of English VTubers between now and March of next year, unless plans change, or that the quarterly reports reflect a bad physical quarter. If they have a bad quarter, and revenue and income plummet, or because of whatever, you could have inflation be a part of it, you could have economics be a part of it, that kind of thing, then they may hold off on hiring another generation. But the current plans are to expand further into the English market, which includes hiring more VTubers. So we may see at least one more generation between now and the end of March of 2024. But China was not mentioned. There was no mention of China. There was no mention of the South American market. Unfortunately, as much as it seems like people want to have an Espanol Hololive, and people are saying that people would be interested in that, they haven't stated that they're going to expand into that market. It seems like they're primarily focused in English market, and then staying proactive in the Japanese market. So, which I think is obviously pretty smart at this point, because if you look at the yen versus the dollar, the yen has already pressed the 150 yen threshold against the dollar, which is a warning sign to the Bank of Japan that they may intervene and liquidate the trade-in value of it because it's too high. And then when you water down the yen like that, you end up causing inflation. So they may actually hold off on that, despite the fact that their trade value right now is so significantly high that they are actually profiting from the yen being so traded so high against the dollar. But if the bank intervenes again, then that actually cuts into their revenue cost, or their revenue surplus. And since it waters down the yen and inflates pricing and prices and value and everything like that, it deflates their value their value as a company, and that could cause them not to hire. Yeah, a Spanish Hololive branch would definitely be different. I think that there is a market for it because there are tons of fans that are Espanol, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that's reflected in when they do, like, their surveys and stuff like that. But there is definitely a market for it, and because it's so it's a completely untapped market, completely. And if you know anything about Latino, culture, music is a huge part of Latino culture. Um, I could definitely see that taking off because I mean there is such a passion for dance and music that you know you could make it big if you're the first one, the first agency to run with it, you know. So, but yeah, that's basically what was what was featured in their annual report reflected like this. They want to increase their reach into the English market, which would which was highlighted with the most recent gen debuting, with the possibility of at least one more before 2024, and that's March 31st, 2024. Um, they want to increase the amount of merchandise sold now that they have their entire infrastructure moved in house versus what they used to have to do. Um, they want to push more merch to increase merch sales. They want to do more concerts and have more concerts this year, which means they have to sacrifice streaming time in order to practice for said concerts. But they want to do more concerts this year, and they are looking at refinement of internal costs to bring the amount of wasteful spending down to make things more profitable. Because if you look at their breakdowns, they spend a ton of money on live events, and the turnaround of said live events is drastically small. Your return on interest doesn't right now it does not pay for them to spend the amount of time and effort doing live concerts. So they're hoping to be able to refine that and turn that around and then bring that cost down. Now, one of those things that they'll be able to profit from is when they have their entire new studio completed, which includes the 3D tracking and everything else, because they could broadcast those concerts directly from the studio and then have them projected upon whatever background or whatever performance stage they want it to be projected upon. And they won't have to go and rent venues for them to perform in while they are while their output of said live concert is in another venue that it's being broadcasted to. Because I mean, you basically have to rent out two different spaces to do a live concert, one for them to perform in and one for them to your fans to come in and watch, right? Unless you record it beforehand, and then in which case you just basically play back the concert. But if you're trying to do an actual live concert, it helps to be able to have that entire studio already dedicated to you because you don't have to pay for it, and then that literally cuts your cost in half. I think Wator is tailored for the Spanish side, but since the majority of the talent left, it's a bad company. Yeah, I've heard of that. They were not a great company, and it's kind of unfortunate that you have a lot of talent agencies that are bad to work for. That it really makes me scratch my head and wonder why. Or what made people think that forming a company that treats your talent so poorly was going to bring in a profit. I mean, it almost seems like a wasteful venture, just being that way. I don't get it. Um, I mean, it's just like that one VTuber that was mentioned here a while ago, where she was a successful indie. She had some group agency sign her on for a project, so she graduated herself to start on the new project, and then they wanted her to start, but they didn't even have a model made for her, so they like literally patchwork a model together for her just so she could debut, and it was like parts from completely different model programs that were stitched together in some kind of Frankenstein type of model. It was horrible, you know. And so they forced her to debut like that, and then a bunch of other stuff happened, and then they fired her. And I'm sitting there going, like, what was the point? And this was a multi-million-dollar venture that was signed off on, that somebody agreed to and invested in, and within just a couple of months, I mean, it all came crashing and burning. It makes no sense. I don't get it. Um, but yeah, I'm I mean, I'm at least enthusiastic about um Full Moko because they are they are a fun pair. They click so well together, and the fact that they are actual sisters is um, just amazing. Because I mean, I don't get along with my sister. Yeah, because my sister is constantly in trouble, both with people and with the law itself, and so I don't really want anything to do with her. And whereas I leave a relatively clean life, she chooses to not live a clean life, just doing street drugs and all sorts of other stuff, and it's just like, no. So I mean, the fact that they get along together and that they work so well together, and it almost feels like they could finish each other's sentences, is just, it's just amazing. Yeah, it will be so great. I mean, I think that those girls, just the bare fact that that they are fluent in Japanese, and that they could literally, you know, just say, okay, today you're working with Okayu and Kurone, you know, um, they could literally, improvise through the entire thing, and it would go well. Because not only do they not have to worry about thinking about the words to speak, and trying to figure out what to say in Japanese because they know it. they are they've always been quick witted and are able to think on their feet, and they always seem to be ahead of the curve when it comes to like responding to other people, you know. um and it's not so much that they have things already prepared in their mind of what they want to say, is they're able to they're able to listen or read what is being said, and they're able to provide a competent answer without overthinking what is being said. Unlike some people on Twitter and that were here earlier, but we won't go back to that. They are literally able to do that, which is great. And it's really it's really heartwarming for me as well to know and to see so many people that came from their former channel and be a part of this new channel, of their new channel, and so we're all there, but it's also hard for us to kind of talk um, about certain things because we all used to hang out in their former Discord, and now their former Discord has banned any talk involving VTubers, and that was our first indicator that they got hired by Hololive, is because you know they showed their silhouettes and that there were two of them, and everyone was asking how are two people going to be work one channel, and then like almost immediately after their former Discord, which is owned by their former company, banned all talk involving VTubers, regardless of agency or who they are, and that we could no longer talk about their former lives or their former characters in that same Discord. As soon as that happened, we knew that they got hired. It was a dead giveaway. It was like, okay, yeah, they're hired with Hololive. So it was still a surprise to us when we finally heard their voices, but it was also just like vindicating that we knew ahead of time that it was actually them because of all the signs that were leading up to it. So it was actually it was pretty great. It was great. But yeah, I mean their content um, has always been entertaining, and I think it's partly because you feel the sister vibe between the two of them, when they argue or when they play fight among themselves when they're talking and stuff like that. And then at the same time, you also feel what they're expressing in their voices. Whether it's fear or excitement or those types of things, you can actually feel it in what they're saying, and it doesn't feel forced. Sometimes and some people have been called out on it in Hololive, and they were they weren't faking it. But it did feel like it was being forced, because it was almost like they were anticipating something to happen, so they were screaming before like the actual scare happened. So it was like everyone was feeling like you're staging this, or you're trying to make yourself sound more scared than you are. Whereas if you watch and listen for Marko, I mean, they react to things. It doesn't feel like you can feel them building up to the jump scare or whatever it is. However, the build up to it is, you can feel that anticipation when they talk, right? Yeah, and then you can almost start anticipating the jump scare with them as they're talking you through getting to that jump scare, and then you literally find yourself holding your breath at the exact same moment that they're holding their breath, waiting for that boo scare to happen, right? And and they do it so well, and they're able to convey it through their voices and their dialogue and their inflection and the way they talk and everything. You know, what I enjoy most about their delivery is whereas if you watch somebody in real life, either if it's a real life streamer or a movie, you can tell by their body language when they are starting to anticipate those types of things, right? Fuamoko are able to make you feel that anticipation without the body language. And when you have that kind of delivery by your streamer, it's you know that they are of a higher quality than others that are just like they're playing jump scare, I mean you can feel it. So I'm really hoping that they continue to do stuff like that in the future. Not just scary games, but the fact that they can do that with almost any game, and they can, the audience is enjoying themselves. They're enjoying their time there. They're enjoying the interaction. The streamers being lively, that they are, conveying emotion and everything, and not just action and gameplay. And they're not just like talking about some random thing while they're, running around shooting people and I don't know, Apex or Overwatch or whatever. I mean, they're actually putting you in the game seats as they're playing. I mean, it's a different type of delivery, and that's why they've been so successful until now. So I really hope they keep it up, because they are doing extraordinarily well. And even though I have seen their numbers dip after this, the initial debut and the after effect of debut, it's always anticipated that there's going to be a dip there in viewership, because the excitement starts wearing off. But at the same time, they're still able to hold a significant portion of that watch group, that viewership. So, and their subscriber base continues to grow. So I told them after debut, I said, I told them, I'm cheering for you. I'm probably not going to say much, but I'm glad that you guys are, here at Hololive, and I wish you all the success in the world, and they appreciated seeing an old familiar face, even though I'm not going to talk nearly as much in their chat, because I mean, it's a big chat. But when you have like, what is it, like somewhere between like 4,000 to 8,000 concurrent viewers in your chat, and you compare that to their old chat, which was anywhere from like 60 to 100. I mean, you're talking like what, 800 net increase of viewership. That's a big chat. But I really hope they're successful. I really do. So, but all right, I talked a little bit longer than I was intended, and YouTube seems to be having a delay problem with chat messages now. So I got an error on my dashboard. They have a good amount of supporters. Sometimes it's more about something like super chats, for example. I know. Oh yeah, yeah. I mentioned this before. So in Fuamoko's first month of monetization, since they got monetized, they have made twice the amount in 1 month since of monetization than they made in the entire year that they streamed with their former company in super chat money. I'm talking super chat money. They streamed for almost an entire year with their former company, and in 1 month of monetization with Hololive, they have made, I believe it was twice. It's the total was twice the amount in super chat money. Well, they were number one. Their former company was not a VTuber agency, for one. Um, they had decided to their former company. It well, there's no harm mentioning it. They used to work for Manga Gamer. All right, the publisher that puts out visual novels, and they decided to create two VTubers, and based upon some of the visual novels that they have, where they're with those authors and developers of said visual novels. They looked for one of those authors to agree to turn two of their characters into VTubers. All right, and I know the former company. I was just wondering, they didn't have, yeah, well, yeah, and that's why I'm kind of explaining to everyone else is the original intent was them to become VTubers to help promote the games that they sold while streaming, on YouTube, right? And then that eventually branched out to them playing other games as well and interacting with the audience. But they did not market them very well. And the second thing was they chose to base their characters off of extremely old visual novels that they were still being sold and in circulation, but the characters and the visual novels themselves were relatively old, and they were the characters in the visual novels were voice acted by completely different people. So not only do you have people that may have been involved, interested in the old visual novel, coming and looking and hearing completely different people claiming to be those characters, but they also decided upon characters from a visual novel that was way past its release date, and I'm talking probably 8 years. And it wasn't a highly popular visual novel to begin with. So you had a couple of things going against them, at the very start, and it wasn't until word of mouth helped them grow, that they started seeing a lot more success. But lack of marketing, lack of push, lack of lack of exposure on the part of the company. They wanted to jump on the bandwagon of VTubers, but they did not exactly know what or how to handle the talent after they debuted. if they would have pushed the channel harder, if they would have, perhaps, advertised better, done a marketing campaign for them, allowed them to, interact with other VTubers that were equally, which were popular, that kind of thing. They could have probably done a lot better. And it wasn't until later that they were finally able to interact with other VTubers. Like, I believe that they had some interaction with Play Asia. I think they had some interaction with a couple other VTubers as well. But I mean, none of them were like high tier, high popularity, agency type of VTubers. But they were relatively successful insofar as that they had a very healthy channel with 80 to 100 concurrent viewers every time. But the company gave up on them because they weren't meeting their demands. And their what were their demands? Well, they didn't quite know. they basically are like, you need to be successful, but we don't know how make you successful. So if you aren't successful, we're gonna cut you. And it's like, okay, so you're setting us up to fail from the very beginning, And it wasn't their choice to graduate. They were forced out by management because management said, you're not successful enough. And it's like, well, you guys didn't help. If you want people to be successful, you being management and or the company that employs us, you gotta kind of help with getting our names out there. I mean, even the fact that the author of the visual novel that they were based on had started work on a brand new visual novel that is set to be released either I believe at the beginning of next year or sometime in 2024. Even though he announced that he was going to that he was in the process of making a new visual novel, that didn't help Manga Gamer to say we're going to keep you around for that, which would have been the perfect marketing for it. And then the author and Manga Gamer got into it because they couldn't agree on terms for them publishing the new visual novel. So, I mean, that was kind of another strike against things as well, because he's like, okay, well, if you're not going to publish my visual novel, I'm going to take my stuff elsewhere and publish it somewhere else. They're better off it anyway. Yeah, there was a lot of uncertainty around things, because if you look at the aftermath of them graduating, they had they have their own little IRL group. Well, it's a duo, but they have their own IRL group name that they went back to, and they were just about to announce something brand new for their for them, as insofar as a new project that they were going to start working on. I mean, they had a web page and everything. Web page. They had started a new Twitter handle. All these things, and they were just about to debut, and unveil what they were going to be working on, and suddenly everything went silent. and that shortly after that, and that day came and went. That's when their Discord, banned all talk on VTubers. And then of course we saw the dual silhouettes for, with their name, with their current name, and most of us who were in the know about it, we pretty much knew. Well, there's only one set of twins, that were formerly VTubers that worked together, that would be hired as a set. So, when they debuted and we heard their voices, they're like, "Oh, thank God," because we only wanted success for them. I mean, these two girls, these two girls took a 3 minutes? Yeah, it was a 3 minute phone call. So it was a 3 minute talk, phone call. It was a Discord call session with, I believe it was like 15 to 20 of us. So you figure out the math of that. If you have 20 people and you talk to each one of them for 3 minutes, that's an hour. And of course you have to have time to set up each call. So you add in some more minutes into that. So it's going to be like an hour and a half. It should have been like an hour and a half. And they turned that into a 5-hour session because they were so heartbroken that they had to say goodbye to everyone, that they couldn't stop crying after every phone call. That says a lot about the streamer. And I'm not being parasocial about this, because I mean they literally cried their eyes out after every phone call. And their manager, would come into the group chat, voice chat that we were all in, and you could hear that her manager was crying too, because we all had became extremely close. We talked to each other a lot, and traded messages, and lots of other stuff while they were with that former company. And she's like, guys, they need a minute. They're not holding up, and all of us were like, hey, give them as much time as you want. We spent 5 hours trying to get through all the phone calls, and this was again only scheduled for an hour and a half, and it took 5 hours to complete that. And but I talked to both of them. I thanked them a lot for everything that they did and everything like that, and everything that they did for us as streamers, and I shared with them, how they helped me through a lot of tough times, because I had just lost my mother. My uncle was on his deathbed, and they were one of my highlights of the day, where I was able to finally smile for a couple hours, and then take my mind off of everything. But it was extremely hard. It was extremely hard to talk to them because not because I was scared or worried. It was because you're trying to express your gratitude towards them, but you don't want to make them cry. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I'll always treasure the those conversations with them, And I always treasure, the time that I got to play, Fall Guys with them, play Phasmophobia with them. We watched, several watch-alongs together. You know, you should have been. Man, I don't know. I didn't get the archive, and I think I might know who has it. Um, we watched the first Alien movie together, and they screamed their brains out once the Alien came out, and it was so fun. It was a blast. It was, I mean, because and you know how the first Alien movie goes. I mean, the first part of the Alien movie isn't scary. It's kind of like a almost like a mystery, right? Until you get to the alien ship, and then you have the first interaction between the face hugger and the crew. Um, and the one that always tries to act tough, but then is the first one to chicken out. She was always she was like, "Oh, this isn't scary. This movie isn't scary. I'm not gonna scream in this movie. I mean, there isn't anything to be afraid of." And and she said that through the whole first part of the movie, right? And then as soon as we got to the chest burster scene, she screamed her brains out. I mean, and she was like, oh my God, what is that? What is that? And she was just freaking out. It was so fun to listen to. I mean, the rest of us were just sitting there laughing, and they're sitting there and they're just screaming at the top of their lungs, and we're like, okay, guys, it's on. But it was extremely fun to watch. It was extremely fun to watch. So, but I'm grateful that I was able to make those memories with them, because again, like I said, they were some very treasured people in my life that helped me get through a lot of stuff, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be able to interact with them, and play games with them and everything else. So I really hope that if they are able to do some of those things with membership and Hololive, I think the fans would really enjoy it, especially if they get to watch some scary movies like Alien. But they watch a lot of other wholesome movies as well. So I mean, watching those movies were equally as fun, even though it was a different environment and different setting. But I mean, they really seemed to enjoy watching those movies. So it was fun just to see how they talk, and what their feelings are with those movies. 'Cause we watched a few Pixar movies and some other wholesome ones. I can't remember what all of them, but it was fun. So, but all right, guys, it is past midnight where I live, and I do have to get up in 5 hours. So we're gonna call it a night here and wrap things up. Again, tomorrow, or Tuesday. Well, actually, today or Tuesday, for me, anyways. We will try Liza P and see how well that goes. I am not good at Souls games, so we may not get past the first section, but hey, I at least wanted to try it out and see how it looks and how it plays. Get you guys' impression on things, and hopefully, tomorrow will be a little bit more calmer than it was tonight. But I'll be starting at the same time, around 8 o'clock Central Time, for those that are interested. The Cool 2T, thank you so much for for dropping in. And let's see, and Umberto and Beavers, thank you so much for dropping in. And I do also, again, want to thank all my haters out there who have voiced your lovely comments and lovely opinions. You guys have given me plenty of support as far as your attendance here tonight. And you can keep on keeping on with all your hate and vitriol. And I do hope that at some point in your life you do find God, or at least peace, or both. Both would be good. You know, because honestly, guys, you know, if you're a little bit more chilled like my regulars here, you know, I think you'd probably feel a little bit better about yourselves. And you wouldn't have to try to put down somebody on the internet in order to feel better about yourself. Haters do grow the channel and yeah. You know, if you want to join my channel just to hate on me, just make sure that you unsubscribe on your way out, because honestly, you're not welcome here. You really aren't. And if you want to keep on coming back, hey, you know what? You keep doing that because you keep adding to my metrics. You know, the only thing you're doing is helping me by by hating on me, and you're growing my channel instead of sabotaging me. It's as simple as that. It really is. And if you guys do take the time and effort to try to take me down, that's only going to prove one point, and that is that you are absolutely 100% a child that needs to grow up. Because if you spend that much time and effort to take a quote-unquote nobody down, what does that say about you? Honestly, some people need to grow the hell up, and it isn't me. Because while you're sitting here fuming your brains out at me, I'm sitting here just laughing at you. Yeah, I mean, I just can't help but laugh, and I'm laughing at them, not with them. So, but as for you people who do care and do want and do appreciate being here, I do hope that you do drop in with my next stream. Please keep an eye out on social media and the community channel, and I'll post those rooms as soon as I know for certain what day I'm going to be streaming. And there are plenty of other stuff that have come out or are coming out. That I do also want to play as well, but there are other things that I want to stream as well besides the video games, and I'm going to be changing things up just a little bit and do a little bit more of the other stuff that I wanted to do as well that I never got around to, such as the screaming the screaming montages of each one of the gens, for who has the best scream. I enjoy doing content like that because it's less involved of me playing a game while trying to have a conversation, and more of a conversation about the topic at hand. And it's a little bit easier for me to fill the dialogue, as opposed to having a game trying to fill the dialogue for me. So we are very fortunate for the 5 hours. Oh my god, has it been that long? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, guys. Surely there's a limit to how much you want to dedicate to hating on a nobody, right? 5 hours, really? Kobo or see, I haven't heard Kobo scream. I have not heard her scream at all. I haven't. I'll admit that she's one of the Indonesian streamers I have not watched a bunch of. I've watched two of her streams. One of the guys in Fuamoko's former channel, Discord channel for her former employer, was like, bro, you need to check out Kobo's ASMR streams. She's gonna be streaming this tomorrow. And I was like, all right, cool. I'll check it out. If I'm not watching somebody else, right? And so I flipped her on, listened to her for a little bit and stuff like that. And I guess her brother accidentally tried to walk in her room while she was streaming ASMR. Because you could hear her tell her brother to shush or something like that. And everyone was like, question mark, who was that? And she's like, oh, my brother tried to walk in. I was like, okay. But I haven't heard her scream. I have heard Ollie scream before, and Ollie does have one hell of a scream. It's not death metal Rusia scream, but you're right. It is. I will make your ears bleed scream. So, but let's have some fun with it, guys. Let's have some fun with it. We'll start with Gen Zero, since I've already done all the hunting for the various clips for Gen Zero. I'm part way through Gen 1 already, and when I start, I want to have the first 3 gens done, because I don't know how long it'll take for each generation for us to get through each generation. So I want at least to have the first 3 done in case we like blow through them all. But clip wise, we're looking at probably between 30 to 45 minutes worth of clips. So then, of course, if we're gonna talk about it, if we're gonna make comments on it and stuff like that, you want to kind of have room to be able to do that as well. But you know me, and you guys know how my streams usually go, where I plan for 45 minutes to an hour, and it ends up being a 5-hour stream, right? So. We'll see how that works, but we'll start with Gen 0, Gen 1, Gen 2, and I'll also be doing some clip hunting for the rest of the gens. That way I can have those lined up. We'll try to get through them as quickly as possible, so maybe we'll be able to get through the entirety of Hololive before Halloween. But if we at least get through JP and EN, and we'll try to include as much as possible of all the newer people. I'll be happy. And if we can also get Indonesia done in October as well, I think that would be like the perfect scenario. But it will all boil down to how fast we get through each one of them, and then how quickly we're able to chase down the clips, so we can like review them and then pick and choose, right? So we'll see. But like I said, I at least want to have the first Gen 0 and Gen 1 and Gen 2 done and ready before we start, and then try to add on as we go along once I know how fast we go. So, but anyways, so yeah, please keep an eye out. I'll try to post either sometime later on this morning if I want to stream tonight. If I don't end up streaming tonight, I'll post a message about that and saying, I'll stream tomorrow after I know for sure, and then I'll create the room so it's available for you guys to find, and you guys can, we can go from there. So otherwise, thank you guys so much for dropping in. Beavers, Umberto, the Cool 2T, thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with me despite all the other stuff that's been going on. I do appreciate you guys' presence. I know that, by and large, I know sometimes, I don't always agree with you, the Cool 2T, but hey, you know what? I do respect you enough that, to appreciate the fact that you're willing to talk civil. As opposed to the rest of them where that, are basically this throwing shade because, they want to throw shade. And the fact that you're still here, despite the fact that, we don't always agree on everything, I mean, you're a testament to the fact that, even if we don't agree upon, certain topics, we can still be civil enough and hang out with each other and enjoy, each other's company while we're, doing a stream, playing a game, talking about a subject, so on and so forth. So I appreciate you. It's nice to see somebody to, be respectful and show respect and because, you realize, hey, I'm still going to respect you regardless of whether or not we agree or not, and you return that, So thank you. I really do appreciate it. As for the rest of you guys that have come in and thrown shade at me, again, feel free to unsubscribe on your way out if you do choose to do so, because it's not going to hurt my feelings. And if you are here purely to throw shade at me, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Okay? That's all I gotta say to you guys. Other than that, thank you so much for adding to my metrics because you decided to be hateful towards me. I do appreciate that. And once again, my channel is always an open forum for civilized talking and for people who want to share opinions. However, if you're going to at me about things I say, I will respond to them, and I will respond to them by calling you out and saying, this is what you said, this is my response to it. Now live with it. And there ain't a damn thing you can do to change my mind. If you got a problem with that, I think you have bigger problems than me. All right? So get some tea, coffee, or water and have a civil talk about matters of the heart of each. If we were all sitting around sipping tea, and having a gentleman's conversation, I would appreciate that a lot more than what happened tonight. But hey, you know what? I mean, you guys are are veterans of my channel now. You guys know how this goes. People will sit there and want to talk trash about me on Twitter, or other forms of social media. They're gonna get called out. It happened with Russia. It happened with Mike and Nico. It's now happened with Roboco. And again, I talk more about Mike and Nico on my channel than my own Oshi. But whatever. I mean, people will think what they want to think. They want to call me parasocial. Whatever. You know, I've already presented all the facts. They tried to present evidence to counter that, and I literally took their evidence and said, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. This is the sociological definition of parasocial, which I am doing nothing of. You know, your argument is now null and void. Live with it. Yet we still have people coming in and and talking trash, despite the fact we're not even talking about that subject anymore. Go figure, right? Go figure. Oh, well, that's the internet, right? And I love how people, just accept that as, well, it's the internet, and they don't try to make it a better place by, um, acknowledging that the toxicity. They just like accept it, and they don't want to do it. It's like, okay, it's there, but yet we're supposed to save the environment and clean the earth, right? Despite the fact that the earth is extremely large, we can't clean every single place, and we still haven't figured out how to clean the oceans. But yet we spend so much time and billions of dollars, supposedly trying to clean the earth, instead of just accepting the fact that there's trash out there. But they don't want to do anything to clean up their own community or the internet itself. It might not make the internet a better place. That's where most of us live now, right? I mean, it just boggles my mind that people make arguments about things and go to the point where they're like, I want to destroy you, and it's like over a single comment on Twitter. And I can guarantee you that 95% of the people that came into my chat tonight don't even watch Roboco. They have no idea who, they know what the name, who she is. They know the name. They may recognize her if a picture was in front of them, but they never watch her. I can guarantee it. No one that toxic would be in her fandom. And if they are in her fandom, they never talk. Because I know a lot of them. I have talked to a lot of them. And none of them are in that fandom. But whatever. They'll say whatever they want to say, and I'm gonna keep being who I am. If they do out me, and my channel has to disappear, hey, you know what? They're gonna give me so much more free time on my hands that I'm gonna have to find something to do. Hey, I know, I got a backlog of video games I could play. And I don't even have to stream it then. Wow. They just keep helping me out, don't they? Haters helping me out. That's a good way of looking at it. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for putting up with me tonight. I swear that unless something does happen, we'll be returning to our regularly scheduled broadcasting. Either later on today or tomorrow, and we'll go on from there. Okay, so I'm gonna go get some sleep. You guys take care. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever the case may be. Try to be nice to other people instead of hating on them for having a different opinion. Just try to be nice. You might actually feel better about yourself, because when you actually show compassion and genuine, being friendly with other people. They feel good. You feel good. Everybody feels good. Nobody is hating on each other. Nobody is sitting there being mean to each other. No one's calling each other names. And you actually act like a grown-up. It's a wonderful concept. Try to embrace that instead of this childish behavior that's happened tonight. Beavers, have a great day, great night. I appreciate it. Umberto, you as well, my friend. Thank you so much for always supporting me and being here. You guys are both wonderful. I appreciate your patience with me. And you guys have a wonderful afternoon or morning or evening. All right? We'll talk to you on the flip side. Until then, this is Marko Yamashita signing off. Peace.